We're about to get started in just a couple of minutes, so at this time, I invite you to top up your coffee, grab your last piece of bacon, maybe make a quick trip to look after your personal needs, but we are going to get started right at 9 o'clock. We do have a full agenda today, and we'll be ready to roll right at 9. So thank you so much for your cooperation.
Try to sound a little bit more authoritative, okay?
Good morning, everybody. I trust you had a good evening. It's good to see you all back here. We are going to get started right on time. So we are reconvening for our day 2 of the 15th Annual General Meeting for the BC Assembly of First Nations. And I'm absolutely delighted to introduce Larry Grant, as we are all so fortunate to be here in Musqueam Territory to bring greetings for the day. So please help me in welcoming Larry Grant to the podium. if you wish.
Wow. This is real neat. It's got a podium. CAM Nasiaya, Theatalatin, to swallow up a enamit to know whale, Muk the Hiwak, the Stiem, Sialafa, to eat to eat, to sound some of it from Musquim, to Quina, Dar, from Musquimas, Tamoch. Lach the Siamenus, Capelano, because he looks to the Quina, Leming, Netten, Shui to eat. Zet is hem ten niet te swallen iets eertalen, hij tep, hij was hem na zeer. Laagte, tapjak, kepelano, kus, hielok toch, de genieten maar, imig netten, kus we eten, hij tep, hem na zeer. I just want to say thank you to everyone that's here. Thank you for having me. Doing the welcome. On behalf of our community, our ancestor, Keopolano, was greeting the first, I guess, white men that came, Kunitamat. And I know we've been continuing welcoming everyone that comes here, and it's really a privilege to see all of you come here to speak about everything that we're sharing, the work that we're sharing with each other and helping each other move forward in our lives. So I just wanted to say thank you, as our great-great-great-grandparent had done in the past, to this community that has been here at least 4,000 years or more, and we have never, ever left this territory. So, Kalet Kunti Tiatala, to swallow a Huinamat to no whale, I tap Gassiam, Nasia, Tiatham. Thank you. Haichka.
So just before we get on with all the very full agenda that we do have for today, I just want to turn back to one item that was looked after yesterday. As was requested, we did have a number of discussions in camera, but there was one resolution that was passed. I know we have a recorder here for everything that it participates for your own, for our own records, but I just publicly just want to indicate that the resolution on the BC First Nations gaming revenue sharing approvals. This was a version that had been previously presented and passed at the First Nations Summit, as well as the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, was also passed here with no amendments by full consensus, and it was moved by Cook Buronic Nace and seconded by Chief Bob Chamberlain. So I just wanted to acknowledge that part for the record. And with that, we'll get on with the rest of our day today. And it's my pleasure to invite up Regional Chief Terry Teegee. Thank you.
Denisa, Seikuza, Skyza, Chiefs, Hereditary Chiefs, guests, delegates. First of all, I just want to acknowledge the territory we're on, the Musqueam people, the Coast Salish people, and I thank Elder Larry Grant for the prayer and the welcoming to the territory. This past year, we saw the BCAFN put on the AFN AGM here in Vancouver. This year was an election year. We saw 5 candidates, Sheila North Wilson, Catherine Whitecloud, Miles Richardson, Russ Diabo, and Perry Bellegarde. As a result of the election, we saw the results, the win for Perry Bellegarde for his second term, and I just want to welcome him on behalf of the BCAFN, originally from Little Black Bear First Nation from Treaty 4 territory. We certainly want to congratulate Perry on his second term and look forward to having a productive relationship and working with the national office in really asserting our rights, our treaty rights, our title and interests from British Columbia. So without further ado, I welcome National Chief Perry Bellegarde to the podium.
Hey, thanks there, Chief TG. Thanks, Terry. Nista Bixgood nehe on obsisi. Nista nenaskomon. I'm happy to be here. Nista kanaskom tinwa kahkia ogimawak to the chiefs kiteak, the elders, Larry Grant kanaskom tin for that prayer and welcoming here. Nista anotain ansmento kanaskom tin. Igwa kahkia no temtek no akomagnak nenaskom tinwa. Nista kuskatea maskuses kungen otsinia. Egwa ogimao piesu awase sega seo. And a little bit in Cree, my friends and relatives, to say I'm very happy to be here, acknowledging you all as friends and relatives, to the chiefs, to the elders, acknowledging the elder Grant for the prayer and the welcoming here, acknowledging my colleague on the executive, Chief TG, and for his good words, his kind words, and his work. And I also acknowledge the Creator for this beautiful day. And I also said I'm from Kuskateo Muskusiskunigan Utsinia, Little Black Bear First Nation. And I gave one of the names I carry, King Thunderbird Child, Ogimao Piesio Wasisega. So one of the First Nations names are Indian names I carry. And now the protocol as well to acknowledge the Musqueam and the Tsleil-Waututh Squamish. But here as well at Musqueam, Chief Wayne, a good, kind welcome last night, in the sense that first thing when he heard I was in town, he says, "Hey, you better come to the hockey game with me, boy." He said, "Chief." So I said, "All right, Chief." So we went to the Vancouver Canucks, and boy, that Ovechkin's pretty good, eh? Yeah, he scored 2 goals. Anyway, they beat the Canucks, unfortunately, for the Canuck fans, but it was a good game. And I just want to acknowledge the Musqueam people and lift my hands up for the good, warm welcome from Chief Wayne. And so this morning, on your agenda, chiefs, and I was talking to some of the chiefs, well, you can't say you only see me only at election time. The election's over, and now we got to focus on the work and getting things done. What are we going to get done? What are we focusing on? What's the plan? What's the strategy? What's the vision? And how are we going to make a difference? And I break it down locally, regionally, nationally, internationally, all the time. And here again, as First Nations people, Indigenous peoples, I always tell people and encourage them to use words of assumed crown sovereignty and assumed crown jurisdiction. And how are we now moving beyond this thing called the Indian Act to reassert and reestablish ourselves as nations? And the fundamental piece that we always talk about, those 5 elements, and I always talk about them because we have them as First Nations people. We might be over 1 million people in Canada as First Nations people, but we're not ethnic minorities. We are Indigenous peoples with one of the most fundamental rights that we hang on to. It's the right to self-determination. The right to self-determination. Our own lands, our own laws, our own languages, our own people, our own identifiable forms of government. Very important. And whether you're the Tsilhqot'in Nation, or the Secwepemc Nation, or the Nehiyawak Cree Nation, we're all trying to move beyond the Indian Act and exert jurisdiction and reassert ourselves as nations within this nation state called Canada, and challenge the belief and myth that there's only 2 legitimate governments in Canada: federal government, provincial governments. That's the myth. And that there are only 2 founding nations in Canada: English and French. So that's the myth we're going to continually try to break down. And when I use the words assume crown sovereignty, assume crown jurisdiction, that's where we begin. Because how else did the crown gain title to our land and resources? So these concepts of doctrine of discovery and doctrine of terra nullius, we have to challenge. Legally, politically, within this domestic state called Canada, but as well as in the international arena through the United Nations. And that's what we're going to keep focusing on to start off with in the bigger piece. I want to acknowledge as well the leadership, of course, the chiefs, the hereditary chiefs, the clan mothers, the chiefs around this table, Chief TG as my colleague on the AFN executive. But as well, you just had a big ceremony here. One of your Indian PTOs, First Nations PTOs, Union of British Columbia Indian Chiefs, celebrating 50 years of an existence. So I lift up Grand Chief Stuart Phillip and his executive as well, Chief Bob Chamberlain, Chief Cookby Judy Wilson, for the good work they do. Because it's that unity of working together that's very important. And so I wanted to acknowledge that. And at the same time as well, Grand Chief Ed John from the Summit. And I see Chief Phillips here, Chief Casimir as well, the executive, the leadership around there. Because while we can do things federally, there's also the need to lobby and advance things provincially. And I always ask chiefs, regional chiefs, grand chiefs, tribal council chiefs, local chiefs, do you have a strategy or a plan in place to deal with the premiers and the premier cabinets? That's a big thing. That's a very big issue, to develop that strategy and plan here in British Columbia to deal with Premier Horgan. Because if you don't have one, they're going to go off on their own. And so you need to bring our issues and priorities to that level as well. And you can do that via tribal councils, via different PTOs, different Indian organizations. Like back home in Saskatchewan, all the 74 chiefs, the 74 bands were under one umbrella called the FSIN. And it was a strong advocate organization. It wasn't a government, because I always say AFN's not a government, PTOs were not governments, we're not rights and title holders, but for advocacy and lobbying, that unity and that common purpose to bring about policy and legislative change, you need to do that. And so back home in the FSIN, we have our elections coming up this week, Wednesday, Thursday. So the 74 chiefs and councils are going to come together to elect a regional chief, FSIN chief, and two vice chiefs. But it's that unity. And then watching the news and media and social media and all this, holy smokes, it kind of hurts me as the outside guy looking in, with all the infighting going on, and oh my God, what's going on back home? We know there's always politics in Indian country, First Nations country, but man, that hurts when you see the united organization kind of imploding. And I'm going to go home and talk like this back home too, because that's not good when you implode, when you start showing like the things that should be kept in-house. And you've got to always have disagreements, but we've got to be united and strong if we're going to fight government, federal, provincial government. And if you can keep doing that and keep that unity, that's value added, that unity of purpose, that commonality of purpose about rights, title, and jurisdiction. And so I wanted to acknowledge the leadership in that light and just apply it to back home of how we've got to learn from our elders about common sense and working together and staying united and not showing all our internal fights all the time. Now, there's something coming up, federal government-wise. October 2019 is a federal government election. That's coming fast, chiefs. You know, they've started their countdown. So what are we as AFN and AFN executive going to be focusing on to try to get done in the next 6-7 months? Because when that thing called that writ drops, everything slows down. Everything's going to stop. And so policy and legislative priorities, policy and legislative changes, what are we going to look at? On the legislative front, there's 2 or 3 pieces, priorities. One of them will be the Indigenous Languages Revitalization Act. And I lift up Cookby Ron Ignace for providing the report yesterday. That's one piece of legislation we want through. We want to get that done. We want to get it introduced. We want to get it passed for first, second, and third reading, passed through the Senate, get royal assent before that writ drops. And so that's a sense of urgency to get that done. And that Language Act is so important to our revitalization of our nations and our languages. That's why we made that a priority. We made that a priority. We've got to focus on that. Why? You need statutory funding. Resources that you can count on. so that you can plan the different strategies about immersion programs, master apprentice model, digitization, recouping it, just because there's only a few speakers in some nations and tribes. So you gotta capture that. So you're gonna have to have different strategies, but you need long-term, sustainable, predictable funding, stable resources for Indigenous languages revitalization. So that piece of legislation, we're hoping to have that introduced in November. And we're working through our Chiefs Committee on Languages to get that work done. And there is a co-development table. Co-development table. Some of you might remember about a year or so back when we stood with Minister Joly at the time, and we announced a process that we're going to work together to co-develop this piece of legislation. It won't be done by the Liberal government. It won't be unilaterally done and imposed. We're going to do it together, and we're going to help hold that pen in the co-drafting of the policy and legislation and the regulations. That's what we have in place. And so that's why there's a big comfort level around that. That there's nothing under the table. There's nothing hidden. It's co-developed. And that's one piece. So we want to get that language piece in place. So it's already October. So within the next month or so, hopefully, that we have something on this Indigenous Languages Revitalization Act. And why we say that's vital to our existence, we know the importance of language. But even to the people watching on mainstream, like if they can't get their head around rights and title and jurisdiction, why is the federal government going to spend money on Indian languages, Indigenous languages? Just think of it this way, that even that is an investment in young First Nations men and women. Because studies have shown that when you're fluent in your mother tongue, in your first language, you're more successful at school and therefore more successful in life. So invest in the fastest growing segment of Canada's population, which is young First Nations men and women. So even the language revitalization is so important to our survival, but it's also making our young men and women proud of who they are and where they come from, and put that language first. So that's one piece, Indigenous Languages Act. So we're going to try to get it done. The other one that's just coming about now is this child welfare legislation to deal with our children in care, to exert First Nations jurisdiction on our languages and our laws and our customs and how we run things as Indigenous peoples, to keep our children at home in loving, caring homes, not to put them in a different system, to make sure that they have that love and support, to make sure they know who they are and where they come from, to focus on prevention, not apprehension. So there has to be that legislation in place. There's this thing in place called Section 88 of that Indian Act, Laws of General Application. Because you ask, there's two systems we say we're trying to influence. The one on reserve for ICFS, Child Family Services. And that's where we worked with Cindy Blackstock and AFN when we went to that Canadian Human Rights Tribunal over 10 years ago to end discrimination against children. And that's where we did that big lobby. And that's where we got those resources now to come out to end that discrimination there. That's on one piece. But we still have over 40,000 children in provincial care across Canada. Too many. So how do we fix that? And how do we push the premiers right across Canada to set up processes to change that system, to respect First Nations jurisdiction? So one of the tools that'll help with that is this First Nations Indigenous child welfare legislation. And so we're trying to work on that now, and it's very quick. You haven't seen, like we did on languages, the big announcement where we're going to arm in arm with Minister Philpott and me and Clem Chartier from the MNC and Nathan Obed from the Inuit. We haven't done that yet. We might do that in 2 weeks here. So it's, if you see it on TV, oh yeah, that's what he said. There it is. Yeah, they're gonna work together because you want it co-developed. We want to hold the pen. We want to help drive that forward. And so I lift up as well the leadership of Cook B. Wayne Christian here on that. I don't want to lessen by calling it a file, but that child welfare piece is very important. And so we're trying to work, and there is a working group that's fastly put together across Canada. And we put Mary Ellen Turpel in charge to try to help coordinate and plan and write this thing. you know, the terms of reference or this position paper and how it might look, because there's a very, very specific process. And some of you legal scholars, constitutional scholars will know that you have to have a discussion paper, then there's this memo to cabinet, you know, and then there's got to be this legislation come out of that, directions to drafting instructions. So there's a specific process. And we have to influence all those processes and steps to make sure it's First Nations controlled, First Nations driven, based on our laws and customs and traditions. And so we've got a working group in place. And I know it's fast and it's quick, but we're trying to make that window. You know, we have to have something introduced on child welfare legislation. And we do have AFN Chiefs resolutions, and we do have AFN executive resolutions to get this work done. And in AFN, we usually have Chiefs committees, you know, on files or whatever else. Chiefs Committee on Education, Chiefs Committee on Housing, Chiefs Committee on Fiscal, Chiefs Committee on Languages, Chiefs Committee on ECDEV. Well, we don't have a Chiefs Committee on Child Welfare per se. So what we said is we'll just use our regional chiefs, AFN executive. We'll use the NAC, and we'll give direction to the working committee via those entities. So that's what we're following. We're trying to follow the spirit and intent of that resolution from the chiefs on child welfare. So 2 pieces of legislation we're trying to get in place before October 2019, before that thing they call that writ drops. Because once that writ drops, everything slows down. Nothing gets done. So we're trying to make hay while the sun shines, but based on our chief's direction, based on the priorities set out. We're trying to get this into that system so that we can provide a little bit more hope for our children and our people back home to stop the taking of our children and keep them back home safe with their families and their communities based on our traditions laws. So that's language, child welfare legislation. The other one that we want to see done before October is this Bill C-262, which is the private members bill. So it's the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That's important to get done. And I'm going to come back to the Rights Reconciliation Framework piece. I'm going to have some dialogue about that as well. But in terms of things that are supported across Canada with good mandates and good direction, those are the 3 we're going to try to get done and passed. And there's a whole lobby strategy here, because you got to deal with the senators, you know. And then we found there's a way to speed up things in that big place in Ottawa, is if a senator will introduce a bill and get it passed by the Senate first, and then boom, back into that House of Commons, you know, because of the majority there. So we got to look at all these angles and try to speed up things, but in a transparent way, in a good way. And if we get enough direction, support, like to get that piece of work done, we're going to look at those ways. Bill C-262, the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, we've said, roadmap to reconciliation. And it's not just the federal government that has a responsibility to implement that. Provincial governments are called upon. Municipal governments are called upon. So even last week, when Mary Ellen Trappell organized this forum with the province of BC and other leaders to come together to talk about legislation from the BC government to implement the UN Declaration, I wanted to be there to support that. So BC can lead the way if they pass something. So we're working on federal government, but to encourage chiefs and leadership here in British Columbia as well to push as hard as you can that Premier Horgan man and his cabinet to pass something over here too. Because that will lead other premiers to say, hey, Alberta, how come you're not doing that, Rachel Notley? Scott Moe in Saskatchewan, how come you're not doing that? Pallister in Manitoba, why aren't you doing that? It can happen. So we're going to keep pushing those things there. The other piece, because the Assembly of First Nations, and I've said this before, we're advocates. We advocate for policy and legislative change, pushing towards full recognition and implementation of rights in title and treaty implementation. And so there's policies that need to be fixed. 4 policies, and I've talked about them continually, that have to be fixed and updated. Currently, these policies are based on termination of rights and title, not recognition of rights and title, and they're comprehensive claims policy, specific claims policy, additions to reserve policy, and the inherent right to self-government policy. Those 4 have to be fixed. They have to be updated. And so we're going to try to push for a process to fix those 4 policies sooner than later. Because even that process there through CERNA and the AGM with all these 70 tables, well, how are they funded? On what policy are they based on? So when certain AGMs come out and organize consultations, what is it based on? Well, it's based on that inherent right to self-government policy. And it's not a good policy. There's no recognition of rights and title. There's no line or phrase about assumed crown sovereignty or assumed crown jurisdiction in that policy framework. And we lift up the Chilcotin Nation for what they've done, because we can look to what the Supreme Court is saying about rights and title. So changing all of those policies has to happen. There's got to be a framework or a process for that. And so that's the push. That's the push to change those. There's also that aspect of treaty enforcement, treaty implementation. We have treaties with the Crown. They've never been honored or implemented according to the spirit and intent. So it's almost like, where's the treaty commissioner now on behalf of the Crown with the authority and power and mandate to discuss all aspects of this treaty? And these are international treaties. I'm talking about the pre-1975 treaties. Where's the mechanism for that? So there's going to be a greater push now on treaty enforcement, treaty implementation, treaty consulars. Something to make sure that we have that national and the international aspect of these treaties. The most important right we have is the right to self-determination. The right to make international agreements, international treaties, the right to say yes or the right to say no when it comes to consultation and consent. And we have to hang on to that. 2 cases, the honor of the Crown. Mikisew Cree court case just came down. And yeah, we kind of, you know, the Mikisew Cree case was because of the omnibus bills. You remember that, Chiefs, a few years back? That was part of the push for idle no more. When the Conservatives passed these omnibus bills, and our people said, that's enough. The environmental regulatory review process, too much, too fast, too quick, too easy. The land and the waters aren't respected. Was part of the catalyst that drove idle no more. And so Mikisew Cree said, hey, duty consult and accommodate. You didn't come and see us. It's going to impact inherent rights and treaty rights. So that's wrong. They went to all the way to Supreme Court, and they won, and then they lost ultimately. It was a 7-2 decision. And the Supreme Court said, no, we're going to maintain the legislative integrity of government, that they don't have to consult Indians when they're going to develop legislation. So, boy, and when that came down, I was saying, how the hell do I make this a positive spin? How do I make this a positive spin out of this? Because we've always said duty, consult, and accommodate when it comes to legislation. And so I spun it this way. I says, well, it wasn't unanimous. It was 7-2. Thank goodness for Rosie Abella. She was one that said, no, the honor of the Crown is also large enough to include legislative making authority. That honor of the Crown is huge. And then we won 5-4 that the honor of the Crown must be maintained. So this is the Supreme Court saying these 2 things. Very important to hang on to. It wasn't unanimous. And we also said that whatever legislation that federal government comes up with that impacts inherent rights, Aboriginal rights and title, or treaty rights, we always reserve the right to go fight it out anyway. So even if they come up with legislation, they don't consult us, we always have that right to go fight in court, no question, or on the land. And we will reserve that right as Indigenous nations, Indigenous peoples. So we tried to spin it, but Mikisew Cree, it wasn't a unanimous decision. And the honor of the crown was won in our favor, 5-4. So that honor of the crown is huge. We got to hang on to that. And that's why I link it back to these words about assumed crown title and assumed crown jurisdiction, about our lands. Now, that's Mikisew Cree. This is the segue into Kinder Morgan as well now. And this is the segue here in the sense of the right to say yes, the right to say no. Chiefs have said, the rights and title holders said, hey, we can look at supporting it if the environment's looked after. And then you got Tsleil-Waututh Squaw saying, no way. So you got to respect that. No is no, no question. It's the right to self-determination. And they said as well, the court said, on the environmental piece, government didn't do an adequate job. So they had to fix that environmental piece. So they have a process. And then they said as well, on consultation with Indigenous peoples, Indigenous nations and tribes, weak and inadequate. And so the government said, hey, Frank Yakabuchi, we're going to hire you. Go out and talk to the Indians. Talk to the First Nations people. He's not going to do it. I wonder who's part of his team. Anybody here get selected yet? No. Like there's gonna be a team of people going out. It won't be Frank himself. There's gonna be some First Nations people that are part of that team to do that duty, consult, and accommodate piece, right? Adequate consultation. And there's a time frame for that. There's a very specific time frame. So we have to watch that. We have to monitor that, influence that, to make sure that rights and title are respected and jurisdiction is respected and that right to self-determination is respected. And no matter where I go, whether it's, I would call it Pipeline Perry, and I said, well, I like to be known as Planet Perry. Because there's 3 P's now on any industry. It's profit, it's people, and planet. Not just profit. You got to look at what you're doing that's going to have impacts on people's rights and title jurisdiction. And you got to consider the impact on the planet. Because the segue here now is into climate change, greenhouse gas emissions. And referring to the United Nations' latest report, the UN report that was very clear, and the message was this, that if Earth continues to warm higher than 1.5 degrees, we're past the point of no return, chiefs. And so again, there is no question we're all too dependent on fossil fuels. And so pushing governments to a quicker, cleaner strategy, a quicker, cleaner progression or process to clean, renewable energy has got to be a focus of everybody in this room and everybody across Canada. Not only in Canada, but throughout the world. So even today as we speak, the government's going to be announcing their carbon tax rebates. Trudeau and McKenna and Morneau are in Toronto. Because there's 4 provinces that are saying no carbon tax. Cap and trade, no. It's Saskatchewan, it's Manitoba, it's Ontario, and New Brunswick. So what the feds are saying is, okay, we're going to bypass you premiers anyway and go right to the people. So in January, people are going to be getting checks now. Must be election year. Money's coming. But that's what's going on. And I'm saying, well, how are Indians going to access that? First Nations in those provinces. How are we going to have access to this windfall coming in for carbon tax rebates to individuals? And the only way they're going to look at it is through filling out income tax forms. But how many First Nations people really feel comfortable filling out an income tax form and filing that every year? Our people missed out on child tax benefit rebates, because they didn't fill out income tax forms. And now if they don't fill out income tax forms here in this case, they'll miss out on those carbon tax rebates. So there's an education awareness component here. Because there's a fear by First Nations people that I don't want to fill out that darn tax form. I don't have to pay tax to another government. It's a treaty right to tax exemption, tax immunity, all these arguments. But if they don't do it, then the rebate's not coming back. Double-edged sword. So there's got to push for a strong education awareness component on that when it comes out. Because studies have shown as well, to fight climate change in the plan, experts say there's a carbon tax, cap and trade is one strategy to do that. So that's coming down now. The only thing to stress, chiefs, though, is that internationally and globally, it is a big issue, climate change. And putting pressure on other governments and nations of the world to do their part. You know, whether you're talking about Brazil, Russia, India, China, like there's big countries of the world, or even the USA dealing with President Trump on climate change, is challenging. But yet we still have to muster up and not give up on that struggle or fight. It's a very big issue. So the other things to talk about, chiefs, on the international piece, and then I'm going to close off with something boring and mundane, such as the AFN Charter. That'll be my last piece. But on the international file, there's this thing called, used to be called NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement, and now it's United States, Mexico, Canada Agreement, trade agreement. Well, I was part of Minister Freeland's advisory team. So over 14 months ago, as soon as I got on, I said, Minister, because of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples that all countries have endorsed, USA, Canada, Mexico, you better provide an Indigenous Peoples chapter in NAFTA and the new one. Get it updated. So there's 4 chapters they're supposed to upgrade. Labor, gender, First Nations, Indigenous Peoples, environmental piece. Right? 2 of the 4 kind of made it in the USMCA. But we've sent an update to all the chiefs of Canada that even though we didn't get a specific Indigenous Peoples chapter in this international trade agreement, there is certain exemptions throughout the trade agreement that reflect Indigenous rights and title. And one of them is the exemption for Indigenous people's rights. Like, for example, if USA and Mexico are going to try to hurt Aboriginal rights and title or treaty rights, they can't. So there's an exemption throughout the wording of the USMCA. So I say that as a bit of a win. So that's one piece. Then there's exemptions, trade exemptions for cultural goods, the authentic Indian moccasins, the authentic Indian rattles, not the ones made in Mexico or China. The authentic ones, there'll be exemptions for tariffs, things like that, or tax. So there's a better summary that I've sent out. This is just a verbal piece on this front, on the international trade agreement, that there is start and there is movement now to include Indigenous peoples in international trade agreements. So we're going to use the small wins and victories in the United States, Mexico, Canada trade agreement to expand into these other ones like FIPA and TPP and all these other international trade agreements where we're excluded or left out. We're totally left out. And I always tell Minister Krisha and the team that, well, how do you think it makes Indians feel, Indigenous peoples feel, when Canada goes throughout the world to talk about developing trade and international economic development, to talk about all the resources that Canada has as a country, when Indigenous people say, well, what about us? There are resources. There are trees, softwood lumber issues. There are oil, coal, gas, potash, uranium. And you're going out and trading without us? What's wrong with that picture? So we constantly advocate for that, to get involved in the international trade piece, about rights, title, and jurisdiction over the land and the natural resource wealth in this country. And it's also value added. I also make this point on another piece, that when you have Indigenous peoples around those international trade missions, or even when you have them around business tables, you'll always balance the environment and the economy. It's just instinctive. Because our biggest responsibility as First Nations peoples is to the land and water, to protect that. And so we'll always find that balance. So you instinctively have that in our heads, minds, hearts, and spirits. So you're going to get better decisions on these international trade missions. You're going to get better decisions on these business management tables, board tables, when Indigenous peoples are around them. So that's on the international piece. So we're still going to have to monitor that, about the implementation of the U.S., Mexico, Canada trade agreement. The other one is why language is important. 2019 is the International Year of Indigenous Languages. So if Canada passes this legislation, it could show the other countries of the world how to do it. Because Russia doesn't acknowledge the indigenous peoples there. The Tatars in Crimea, they don't acknowledge them. Even in China, there's indigenous peoples. They don't acknowledge them. And they have their separate languages. We're all taught about, oh, indigenous peoples. Oh, there's Maori people in New Zealand. Oh, it's the Samis in Norway. Or the Aborigines in Australia. Or our relatives down in the United States. That's all we think of as indigenous peoples a lot of times. But there's many, many, many millions and millions and millions of indigenous peoples throughout the world that struggle the same struggles we do, but even worse. So on the international front, if this piece of legislation is done, it could also showcase to the world what nation states can do to promote, protect, preserve, enhance, and revitalize indigenous languages. Because 2019 is the International Year of Indigenous Languages throughout the world. And I always say it in one sentence, we don't want residential schools to win. Hell no. We want to bring back our language and our identity. So that's on the international piece. The other one is the Pope's visit. And there's some energy and efforts going into bringing the Pope to Canada, whether it be 2019 or 2020, to make the apology, but as well to make those decrees about the doctrine of discovery and terra nullius as illegal racist doctrines. We want that from the church. So there is a bit of an effort, a bit of focus, a bit of time, energy, and effort expended to bring them here to Canada, because that's important to the survivors of the residential schools. It's the only church not to make an official apology. And it's part of healing. It's part of wellness. It's part of reconciliation. And yes, there's some politics with the bishops here in Canada because they don't want him to come because they're scared of the legal liability. So we have to monitor and watch all of those things. But there are some efforts going forward on that front. To lobby and advocate for policy and legislative change prior to the October 2019 federal government election, AFN is working on a Closing the Gap 2 document. I'll just call it that. Because it's a document, we used Closing the Gap document in 2015. It was our document, and we went and lobbied with the NDP and the Liberals and the Conservatives and the Greens, basically saying to them, here's our priorities. We want to see some of our priorities in your party platforms. And if we as Indian people, First Nations people, don't see any of our priorities in your party platforms, we sure as hell are not going to vote for you. So we did that lobbying. We did that lobbying. We did that advocacy work. And we're gearing up for another go-round at it because of the 2019 federal government election coming up. So we have to do that work. So we're trying to get our, I'll just call it for a better word, Closing the Gap 2 document. All of our issues, concerns, and priorities. You know, from ending boil water advisories to the inquiry into missing murder and Indigenous women and girls, to better housing, better health care, better education investments, dealing with land title and implementation of rights and title and jurisdiction, all the above will have to be in here. Because our biggest challenge now is making sure that our issues and priorities don't fall off the federal government agenda. That's our job. And how do we influence Bill Morneau every year in that federal government cycle, that federal government budgeting process? That's our job. We have to do that. And that's where you see these investments, $17 billion in over 7 fiscal years and all this. But that's just beginning to close this gap, the 6th versus 63rd gap. Canada's up here, we're at 63rd. So we need to close this gap. And that's what we need Canadians to get. Makes our job a lot easier when Canadians, 74% of Canadians want Indigenous Languages Act revitalized. Polling's been done. It's good politics here. Prime Minister Andrew Scheer. I just say that, see how many Liberals in the room. What? Prime Minister Trudeau. Prime Minister Jagmeet Singh. Prime Minister Elizabeth May. It's good politics. If we get Canadians behind our issues, it's a good thing. It makes it easier to get this legislation through. So the last few pieces, Chief's update is our AFN. In our AFN, there's some things we're trying to get done. This charter. And I noticed yesterday you talked about your internal BCAFN, your bylaws, your constitution as a regional First Nations organization, which is good. I call that housekeeping, got to get stuff in order. Well, we got to do it nationally as well. The AFN Charter has not been changed or amended in 20 years. So we're going to establish a team to go out and do a consultation for a year. What's working in the AFN Charter? What isn't working? What would you like to see changed? What's the role of hereditary chiefs? Do you look at rep by pop? You know? All these things. The chiefs committees, how we function as AFN, aren't even mentioned in the Charter. So we've got to fix the Charter. So we're going to establish a working team to go out, consult PTOs, tribal councils, bands, and then within a year come back with a final report. Then I've got to send that out to the 634 chiefs and say, here's what we heard, here's what we're recommending to amend the Charter, AFN Charter with, and on this day, we're going to have a special Chiefs Assembly, and we're going to bring you in to vote on it. That's the process. So within 2 years, I'm going to say, we will have a special assembly to deal with the AFN Charter. But there will be a working committee that will be set out and tasked to go do this across Canada. The AFN Charter has not been amended, but there's a very specific, clear process that we've got to get done. So we're going to engage in that. We also want to move on this thing, the Indigenous Peoples House of Canada. Some of you may know that 100 Wellington, right across from the House of Commons, is our house. I've got a fear that what happens to 100 Wellington if there's a change in government on October 2019. So my challenge now is to push that Indigenous Peoples House of Canada past the point of no return where you can't turn back on it. So its use, its function, its purpose. So we're going to breathe life into 100 Wellington. And yes, we're going to work with the Algonquin Nation, the Algonquin peoples, as per the AFN Chief's direction in Assembly. It's their traditional land, their traditional territory. You have to involve the Algonquins. Sensitive, though, because you got Algonquins on the Quebec side, don't always get along with the Algonquins on the Ontario side. You have issues of overlap. And some of you chiefs say, hey, I can relate to that. This nation's taken over all my ancestral lands. And so there's fighting between our different nations and tribes too. But on 100 Wellington, we want to push past the point of no return. So that no matter who gets in, they cannot renege and take it back. It's our house. It's a prime location. We want to make sure we breathe life into that. We also, 2 more points, is another priority in addition to language, child welfare, UN declaration, fixing the 4 policies, treaty implementation. We need to look at justice. And right now, within the AFN, we don't have a justice unit. We don't have a director of restorative justice, director of policing, or anything. So we're going to fix that. We're going to fix that because restorative justice and not punitive justice is something that has to be reviewed in Canada. And everything from police forces, the racism in the police force and lack of respect from the police, to First Nations Crown prosecutors, to more First Nation people on juries, more First Nations judges, the coroners, all of that is part of a justice system that's got to be fixed. There's just too many of our people in jail. And there's something wrong with that system. So, as an advocacy organization, AFN, nationally, there has never been a focus on restorative justice. We said we're going to make that a priority. We have to. We made the public commitment to the families, the Colton Bushy family, John Starr's family, and we got to move on it. So working as a team with me and the 10 regional chiefs, Paulette Tremblay, our CEO, we're going to come up with something to deal with that. And the last one is this bilateral with the Prime Minister. And I remember when I first signed the agreement a couple years back, I think there was Grand Chief Ed John was there, and Regional Chief Morley Gugu was there. And that was it. Because there's Indian politics. Why is Bellegarde signing that agreement with the Trudeau government? All this stuff, eh? And so everybody was scared to be part of it, even though we had an AFN executive motion to do it and all this stuff. And we got it done. And it's a simple, Chiefs, it's just a simple agreement to meet 3 times a year. With one meeting the Prime Minister will be at, and then at the other 2 meetings all the ministers will be at. The ones when we set up our priorities and our objectives. So if policing is a priority, we need Minister Ralph Goodale there. Border crossing, security, we need Minister Ralph Goodale there. And if languages is a priority, we need Minister Pablo at the table, the Minister of Heritage. Same thing with child welfare. Minister Philpott's got to be at the table. And so the agreement that we signed between the AFN and the Liberal government is basically to meet 3 times a year. And so we're going to gear up for that probably in January, start off the year in January, and to set the priorities again and focus on this. And part of that meeting as well will be having access to Minister, I call him in Cree, Sunya Ogimao. Sunya Ogimao. That means big money chief. And that's that man they call Bill Morneau, the Minister of Finance. He's the big money chief. He's the one that puts that federal budget together. He's the one that decides what Minister Philpott gets, what Minister Goodale gets for policing, what Minister Patty Haido gets for assets and skills training and on-reserve daycare. He's the one that decides. So you've got to have access to him. And so even we've made our AFN executive meetings, I'm going to say, more effective. In the sense that we have 2-day meetings now, and I've planned them out for the year. 2-day meetings here, chiefs. Be there or be square. What's that old saying? Show up. We need you there. First day is all internal management operations. Second day is all politics. And at this last meeting on our second day, we had 4 ministers. We had Bill Morneau in our chiefs meeting, AFN executive meeting. We had Minister Jody Wilson-Raybould come. Because you guys are talking about gaming yesterday. Well, that takes a criminal code amendment to respect and reflect First Nations jurisdiction on reserve over casinos. So we've got to push for that gaming amendment. We also had Minister Philpott, of course. Who was the other one? Haidu? Anyway, we had 4 ministers. So the point I'm making, chiefs, at our AFN executive meetings, the second day is all politics, all heavy politics. Bring in the ministers. And we got to bring in Ottawa, it works, there's big 5. You got to have the big 5 on side if you want to have policy or legislative change. You got to have the Prime Minister, PMO, Privy Council Office. You got to have Finance, Treasury Board, and Justice. Those are the big 5. You got to have them on side with any policy or legislative change. And so you lobby. Who's the clerk of the Privy Council Office? Who picks all the deputy ministers? Michael Wernick's clerk of the Privy Council. He picks all the DMs. So while we're lobbying on the ministers and the Prime Minister on one hand, we also got to do the lobby on the other hand with the PCO and all the deputy ministers too, that drive the executive branch of government. So there's lots of things going on. So this bilateral meeting will happen sometimes in January. Again, jointly setting priorities for the upcoming year. Access. And so, chiefs, I wanted to do kind of a high-level overview in terms of what's going on. Am I on track? Okay, good. And so, next week, we have our, there's a big forum here in Vancouver again on housing. Very big issue. On Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday at the Fairmont downtown. But we're going to have our executive meeting as well on Monday. And I've told the regional chiefs that one thing in the charter and historical way of doing things, national chief gets to, I won't say give out portfolios, but work as a team. We're supposed to work as a team. Just like you do back home at your chief and council levels. You know, when you give out portfolios to your councillors, eh? I remember at Little Blackbear, nobody ever wanted housing or welfare, the two big headaches. That housing list keeps getting bigger and bigger, eh? And then special needs. No, you can't have special needs. My cousins would always get a new fridge and stove, and the next day they'd be on the way to the Hawk shop in Fort Capel. I say, you can't do that. Special needs, welfare, all these little things on the res. But as national, we get to give out portfolios. And so on Monday, we're going to confirm things. Just again, because I asked the regional chiefs, areas of interest, areas of focus. I say, Chief Gigi, why did you run and what do you want to focus on? You know, area of interest. So ECDEV was a big piece, economic development. So I'm not saying things that, yeah, ECDEV. So I'm just saying, we're going to confirm things with all the other regional chiefs on Monday about portfolios, and there's other things we're going to be talking about, updates on child welfare, making sure that they know what's going on so that they can go home to their regions and provide chiefs the updates so that we do things in a good way, transparent, open, accountable way. So everything's back to our AFN executive. So other meetings, chiefs, December 4, 5, and 6 is the next AFN Chiefs Assembly in Ottawa. Prime Minister has confirmed. And just to show you as well that I'm not a liberal or conservative or NDP. I'm not anything other than an Indigenous person. I'm Cree, Nakota, and I'm treaty. But I got to work with whoever gets elected. And so I got relationships with Andrew Scheer and Jagmeet Singh, Elizabeth May, and Justin Trudeau, because we don't know who's going to get elected October 2019. So whoever gets in, we got to work with. So I'll be inviting them all to come to our Chiefs meetings. I've already invited Prime Minister, and he's committed to one of those days, 4, 5, or 6, to come give an update from his perspective as well on things going on. So December 4, 5, and 6. And then the next big assembly in July is in New Brunswick. July 23, 24, 25 in Fredericton. So just there's a little newsletter we're going to pass out. We asked to go to pass this out, and it's kind of made of shiny, hard, thick paper, so you got to read it. It doesn't work like a long time ago. You gotta read it, and so it's just a little bit of an update. So Chiefs, I'm going to leave it at that and just say thank you for listening. Chief TG, thank you for your leadership, and I'm around all day if there's questions or comments. So, egoze, ganaskum tinawa.
Thank you very much, National Chief. Here's a token of appreciation on behalf of the BCAFN. We will open the floor for a few minutes for questions. I also just want to say, Dakota, can you just stand, and Dakota will be happy to meet with any one of you to set up a time. National Chief will be here for a chunk of the day. So he's making himself available for one-on-one meetings if you have a specific item you'd like to address directly to him and not to the whole entire assembly. Again, Dakota will be happy to do that, and people are meeting in classroom 1, but again, Dakota will make sure it works with your schedule. So with that, do we have any questions for National Chief at this time? I do have to say, I think with the new post-NAFTA U.S. Canadian or U.S.-Mexico-Canadian agreement, I think they missed an opportunity by one letter. If only they put a Y in front of it, so that it was not U.S. but a YMCA. Just saying. Would have been a lot easier to say. The village people would have been really happy. We'd always remember what it is. I wouldn't be standing here going, what is that new acronym? Anyways, just saying. So, microphone number 8 and microphone 8, thanks.
Ait Squel, the Chalawatzot, Shanna Thomas, proxy for Hereditary Chief Pahalikton of the Leixon First Nation, Haitsepka, to the Musqueam Mistimuch for having us in their territory, and thank the elder for the prayer this morning, and thank the cooks for the delicious breakfast. Thank the National Chief for sharing the update with us on what's happening nationally. Just wanted to talk a little bit about a specific issue that Lyxon is facing, and I think, Perry, I have mentioned it to you before, but just wanted to take this opportunity to mention it again, and that's the addition to reserve issues. The reason I'm bringing it up is because it's not about the process that the federal government is using to provide additions to reserve. For Lyxon, it's about the fundamental right to gather and live as a community. So our existing reserve lands are located where we're not able to get to and from those lands. And they're not that, I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at you, but I can't see, the podium's kind of dominating from this side of the room. Where the reserve is located, there's no ferry service, there's no infrastructure, there's no electricity, there's no emergency services, there's no breakwater, there's no dock, there's no way that this community can reside on those lands. And yet the fiduciary obligation of the Crown, they refer to it as a royal prerogative. We don't have to make sure that you have reserve lands that you can access and live together as a community. That's a royal prerogative. So those are your reserve lands, and we're not prepared to provide any of the infrastructure necessary for you to be able to live on those lands. So I just wanted to highlight that in all of the work that you're doing in terms of advocacy. We need to have champions demanding that the fundamental right to reside together as a community, to have a place to put our loved ones to their final resting place. These are fundamental things that this community is being denied. The additions to reserve process is not helping in terms of making sure that we can acquire land. We're engaged in the BC Treaty process, trying to acquire land. This community is doing everything that it can, but there doesn't seem to be any willingness on the part of the federal Crown to meet its fundamental fiduciary obligation. And I'm just wondering, I'm sure you've come across this in other communities, what kind of approach or advocacy work you can do to assist with this. Haichka.
Microphone number 3, please.
Shanna, just regarding Lyxon's issue, and there's 2 or 3 points.
And then I also note microphone 12 after that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple quick comments and a question. Thank you for your update. It was a good summary of the issues. But I know myself, as the elected chief of the Kwekwasu-Tinuku-Kwapmis First Nation, I'd like to hear about what the plan and strategy is on the updated items. I read CBC every single morning. And so I'm aware of the issues. But what I'm interested in is what is the path forward to make the changes our communities need? I'd like to know what the AFN executive is doing and accomplishing, strategies and work plans related to the resolutions that have been passed. I didn't hear any of that in your report. I know that there has been significant change at the AFN that I didn't hear reported here, and it's something that's very critical to British Columbia, and that's fisheries. The fact that, you know, I see Ken Paul sitting here, a great addition to the AFN, a great reorganizing within the AFN to take on fisheries-specific related issues, which is massive in British Columbia. I didn't hear that. I'm mindful that DFO made an announcement about the wild salmon policy that was absent of any resourcing whatsoever to actually do something for wild salmon. And I've heard nothing about that. I've heard that DFO also reported on that very same day that they have enacted every recommendation from the Cohen Commission. And that's a pile of hooey. You can choose any word you like for hooey. And yet I don't hear about that. And I know for certain that we have resolutions at the AFN on the wild salmon policy. We have resolutions at the AFN about the Cohen Commission. And yet this big announcement comes through over almost 2 weeks ago, and there's nothing. And so I know when I put resolutions forward, and as other chiefs do, we hope that they're going to get traction, and to the point where we get some substantial reporting on the direction that's given to the AFN. And I say that because I know that all of our organizations here in BC, we get resolutions and we get questioned on them. And we want to know what the progress is and then what? What's the next step? What's the next plan to accomplish beyond reporting? Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 3, please.
Good comments, Chief Bob, and thanks for that. And it's all about how do we make our AFN more effective and efficient and accountable back based on Chief
community. Again, as I stated earlier,
We have a side meeting room.
National Chief is available for one-on-one meetings with you. And I had indicated Dakota was here to organize that for you. He's in classroom 1 if you don't spot Dakota at this very moment, but he is here for a big chunk of the day. But with that, I'm going to go to microphone number 12, please.
Good morning. Thanks for the report, National Chief. It's, Chief Dalton Silver, Sumas. Some of the things that I was thinking of when you were talking the rights issues and that I know when we met in Saskatchewan, Regina, I think it was a couple of summers ago, or last summer, there were a few of us that sat in a meeting over lunch, and I think you were to attend, and one of the big issue we were talking about were the Supreme Court decisions, and the many, many Supreme Court decisions won by our people, and the promises made by the government that they were going to implement the Supreme Court decisions. And we had a pretty good cross-section of people sitting in a meeting there. The issue actually was brought forward by delegates from BC, and it was around fisheries. But we had people from the Atlantic, and we had Grand Chief Mike Mitchell and quite a few others sitting over lunch talking about the need to form some kind of a committee of sorts amongst the First Nations people to create a strategy for the implementation of those Supreme Court decisions. And I do recall the Justice Minister talking about, you know, the rights are there, and really from our side, we need to push the envelope. And that's one of the things I had in mind, but it brought to mind a court case that is being initiated, and there's been support by way of resolution as well at the AFN on the mismanagement of early time Chinook salmon, and that's supported by I don't know, there are 75 bands signed up with the Fraser Salmon Management Council, and there are a lot more than that with the Fraser River Aboriginal Fisheries Secretariat. But that court case is before the courts. There hasn't been any action in it recently. It's supported by many, but it's just another example of an infringement on our rights that happens daily, not just in the fisheries, but around all our territories. We've been looking for a meeting with the Minister, Fisheries, and maybe even the Justice Minister, because there have been statements made by the federal government that they would rather negotiate than litigate. There's been no indication of that we've seen of late anyway. But I mentioned the Fraser Salmon Management Council and 75 communities looking to negotiate a co-governance, I would say, or co-management agreement on Fraser stocks. And it's not just those that are along the Fraser, but the approach fisheries as well. There are island groups and others that are united on this. It took 8 years for us to get together and come to the place where our negotiators were ready, and then the government steps up and says that they don't have a mandate to negotiate the items that we put on the table. So I think I mentioned it to others, and we would really need some political support, I think, to push the initiative. There are quite a few other things I'd like to talk about, and one is with the heritage protection.
Let's wrap it up, please. Or we
and
can...
and it has to do with the Kinder Morgan proposal. So I can talk to you about some of that later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my regrets to the other two that I wasn't able to identify themselves. Dakota's right over there. And those two people who raised their hands, Dakota, there's a couple I didn't get to. So I invite you to go and set up time so that you can meet one-on-one with National Chief. Did you want one final response, National Chief, before we go?
Yeah, no, just to the chiefs that didn't get a chance, like I'm here all day, we can meet one-on-one on the side. And Chief Dalton, on your pieces, it's about
And again, I invite you to go see Dakota. At this time, we're going to go straight into our next item, and that is the BCAFN Sustainable Economic Development and Fiscal Relations Strategy. I'd like to call forward Regional Chief Terry Teegee. From the champions table, we have both present Chief Cynthia Dick of the Shashat, as well as from the Tanaka Nation Council Chair, oh, so sorry. I jumped ahead. I'm trying to speed things along and I got ahead of myself. So sorry. The proposed federal recognition implementation of rights framework. I was just being very conscious of time. So the proposed federal recognition and implementation of rights framework, you did just receive what will be the presentation that goes with that. So again, it is Regional Chief Terry Teegee, along with Legal Counsel Merle Alexander and Melissa Louie. So I ask all three of you to please come join us, and we're going to get right into that. That's extra efficiency, just completely glaze over one. So with that, I'll go directly to microphone number 3 for Regional Chief Teegee to kick off this panel. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Masquim, of course, for hosting us on your unceded tidal lands, and we acknowledge your jurisdiction. Before we jump into it, I think, obviously this is a very, this is one of those files where it seemed like the file was too big to fail. And I guess right now the jury's sort of out on whether
just misspoken there. On behalf of the Union of BC Union Chiefs, Louise Mandel was the technical person that was up here, as well as our two colleagues here. The other
provided a token of appreciation to Melissa at this time for her participation today. We do have a resolution, and I actually believe it's a resolution that you're referring to, Melissa, which is in front of you. It's resolution number 8, so about a third way into the very thick package. It's a mere resolution. This was first presented at the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and then just recently presented at the First Nations Summit. It's the recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights, support for rolling draft and conceptual drafting instructions. I am looking for a mover and a seconder on this. So I am seeking a mover and a seconder on this. Resolution number 8. Okay, microphone number 9, please.
Councillor Debbie Abbott, proxy for the Oregon Jack Creek Band.
Thank you, Councillor Debbie, proxy. And it's our mover and our seconder, please. Looking for a seconder for resolution number 8. Thank you, Chief Harvey McLeod. As this is something that you hopefully have seen at other PTOs, I'm going to go into the therefore be it resolved. It's also part of your on-time kit, so hopefully you've had a chance to review this prior. So under the therefore be it resolved that thank goodness it's only in English. Therefore be it resolved, the BC Chiefs and Assembly endorse the attached rolling draft document titled Recognition and Implementation of Rights Dialogue Session, BC Chiefs and Leadership Principles and Recommendations, dated September 5th, 2018, for submission to Canada. Conceptual drafting instructions for recognition and implementation of rights legislation, dated September 6, 2018, as a basis for the co-development of recognition and implementation of Indigenous legislation with Canada. 2, the Chiefs and Assembly reject Canada's overdraft document and the paternalistic approach it takes to the RIRF, as it is contrary to the inherent human rights Indigenous people hold that are affirmed by United Nations Declaration, does not recognize Aboriginal title, and fails to create space for self-determination. 3, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct the BC Assembly of First Nations to work with the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs as the First Nations Leadership Council to host further all chiefs and leadership forums or other assemblies dependent on funding if the RIRF process continues for the purposes of facilitating discussion of new RIRF options or the refinement of existing options currently set out in the rolling draft, provide progress reports and seeking input from First Nations on elements of legislative drafting and or recognition legislation that are co-developed with the Government of Canada, and provide updates to the UBCIC Chiefs Council for any legislative proposal, legislative drafting instruction, and or recognition legislation, if any, that is developed in collaboration with the Government of Canada. The BC Chiefs and Assembly acknowledge that the FNLC operates under terms of reference endorsed through a resolution at each of the BCAFN, FNS, and UBCIC Chiefs Assemblies. The terms of reference set out that 1.9, the FNLC is not a nation and is therefore does not hold Aboriginal title, rights, or treaty rights, and the FNLC acknowledges that any government-to-government relationship is between individual nations and the Crown. And 1.10, the Crown's duty to consult is with individual nations and not with the FNLC. The BC Chiefs and Assembly, 4, the BC Chiefs and Assembly affirm that any document arising out of these processes led by the FNLC is not to be interpreted as a complete response from First Nations communities in BC, but rather an initial step which does not replace the requirement of the Crown to engage on a nation-to-nation level with First Nations in BC. And 5, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct the BCAFN to call on Canada and British Columbia that engagement and dialogue on the federal initiative of a recognition and implementation of rights framework will not serve as a barrier to progress on any work or approach currently underway with individual First Nations or negotiating tables, or any potential work arising from nation-to-nation discussion. The participation of First Nations in the recognition and implementation of rights forum and follow-up sessions does not replace or constrict First Nations opportunities to request their own respective meeting with Canada and BC, or their respective decisions to advance their own First Nations-driven priorities and recommendations through their own standalone document. So going back to my mover, Council Debbie, do you have any further comment at this time on this? No? Turning to Chief Harvey, good as well. Is there need for further discussion on this resolution number 8? Microphone number 8, please.
Just as a point of clarification, we had a meeting in August and we had made some suggestions to the changes. Were those reflected in the September 5th document? I just don't remember ever reviewing the last draft, but were those comments incorporated? Okay.
Microphone 1, just to verbalize the positive nodding of the head.
I believe that we were provided your comments at the First Nations Summit office, and we did seek to incorporate them. Have a look at it and let me know if you want to make any changes. I'm happy to do that.
Is there need for any further discussion on resolution number 8? Oh, one last thing. Yes, please. Microphone 1.
The regional chief just asked me to confirm for everybody that it is still a rolling draft. What we're hoping to do is have one more look at it. If you have any more comments or last minute input, we're happy to do that. And then what we'd like to do is just ship it off to Canada so that they have it in their system at the very least to help guide their framework. Thanks.
And I will reiterate by reading out the subject line of this resolution, which is recognition and implementation of Indigenous rights, support for rolling draft and conceptual drafting instructions. So that it's very clear in that. Microphone number 8, please.
Just, sorry, on that comment, Melissa, where do we find the most recent rolling draft?
Microphone 1, please.
Well, from the First Nations Summit resolution last week, we attached it to the resolution, so it should be dated September the 5th, I believe. I'm not sure if it was attached to the BCAFN's resolution, no, or if it's in your kits.
It's not in your kits, it's on your drives. If you need copies, we will make sure that some copies are available at the registration, but you do have a digital copy so that you can share that with other people as well. So I just got a confirmation that it is on your USB stick. If you didn't receive a USB stick, please see registration. And on that note, if you haven't actually registered yet, please go and see your registration as well. Any need for further comment at this time? Seeing none, is there any abstentions? Seeing none, is there any opposition? Again, seeing none, I declare this passed by consensus. Thank you very much to our panel, and thank you for this. Going on to our next item on the agenda, where I was getting ahead of myself earlier. And please do note, we did not put in a health break, but there is fruit and things in the back if you do need to refresh yourself. But we're going to go right into our very next panel, which I had previously announced in my excitement, the BCAFN Sustainable Economic Development and Fiscal Relations Strategy. That again will be Regional Chief TG. And from the champions table, we will have Chief Cynthia Dick of Shashat, and we'll have from the Tanaka Nation, the council chair. It will be Catherine Tenise. We will also be joining will be Greg Davignon, who is the president of the Business Council of BC. So I invite them to please come forward to my right and welcome. So with that, we're going to go into this next panel, and I ask for microphone number 3 for Regional Chief TG. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, this is screen, here's really a table or a diagram that highlights a number of outcomes and initiatives from the strategy. Additional info will come, but important to highlight the 4 objectives of the strategy. The development of a sustainable economic growth for many of our communities in BC, including implementation steps, recommendations for private sector stakeholders, and establishing a solid foundation for collaboration between First Nations, the Crown, the governments, and also the private sector, the 3 that are really involved in economic development and that affect our communities. Large-scale public education to increase the visibility and awareness of First Nation issues related to the economy, environment, and quality of life. Initiatives such as implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, the 94 recommendations. Province-wide engagement in the planning process was special attention to those communities, nations not traditionally involved in planning processes. This will help scope and understanding and adopt the planning elements, thereby improving the efficiency and effectiveness of emerging strategy. And it's really important to have those from your community, the ECDEV advisors or the ones that hold those portfolios to attend those meetings that don't traditionally attend meetings such as these ones as this AGM. Building institutional capacity and relationship building throughout the province, linking technology and information to the community, nation, and how decisions are being made. And it's really quite important to have quite important to have communications, which is always a challenge, and also creating a planning process. It's really important for economic development to understand future needs of your community and future opportunities. So planning is quite important. So moving on to the next slide. I just want to pass the mic to microphone 2 to my colleague Catherine Tenise, who's on the champions table on behalf of the BCAFN. Catherine.
Thank you, Regional Chief. Be part of the champions table, as we know that we have many initiatives that we're involved with in our communities, and economic development is of critical importance to ensure that we identify our own sources of funding so that we can carry on the activities that are the priorities that we set for ourselves. So I'll begin by just talking a little bit about the background related to the Champions Table. It came about as a result of an MOU that was signed in 2017 and included CEOs, chiefs, and industry leaders. And at the present time, the Champions Table consists of representation, 11 representatives that have been identified by the BC Business Council, and 11 First Nations representatives identified by the BCAFN, and Regional Chief TG and BC Business Council President Greg Davignon are the co-chairs. So the MOU firms up the relationships and defines the goal to recognize and accelerate the opportunities for economic reconciliation between First Nations and the business community in British Columbia. Other primary aspects of the MOU focus on respectfully engaging to create a formal, ongoing dialogue between First Nations leaders and business leaders to discuss the facets needed for sustainable economic reconciliation. This will include building greater understanding and capacity, clarity and certainty of decision-making, stronger relationships, and putting forward tangible solutions for First Nations governments and business to act upon. So that provides you a little bit of the background, and I will now turn it over to my colleague, Chief Cynthia Dick, to talk a bit about some of the initiatives that we're currently involved with.
Learning to speak my own language. Tamaskwem, I'd like to say, Atik Shikmea Saman Sitwa, Kwa Itksu Apak Apni Machinit Uk Mati Iksu, and as well Atik Shikmea Saman Chachamata Hatwea Hatkmea. It's been a great privilege to sit on the BCAFN Sustainable Economic Champions Roundtable. And our first order of business was to develop our work towards the terms of reference. And as you can imagine, if you get 11 chiefs and 11 industry leaders together, there was a lot of uncertainty in the beginning. And we had to have those honest conversations with each other. But once we were able to move beyond looking at the problems and concerns that we both share, we were able to start focusing on solutions. So it's been very productive conversations, and I'm definitely looking forward to the work as it continues to roll out and we continue to bring it to the communities. We've had ongoing meetings, and as well as a meeting we had with Premier Horgan and some of his cabinet ministers earlier this year. Some of the priority issues that continue to be on the forefront of this work includes the Indigenous Youth Internship Leadership, or Intern Leadership Program that was announced last year at the BC Cabinet and First Nations Leaders Gathering. Since then, it's grown substantially and creating a lot of opportunities for Indigenous youth in post-secondary education. So that's very exciting. We're also very focused on moving beyond words into action. So although a lot of the work will be documented, we want to create action items, and one of the ways that we are doing that is by looking at the success stories that are happening in our communities, as well as creating pilot projects, which you'll hear more about later. We've also did a lot of work on the discussion paper, and best practice examples provided discussion points for a lot of the work that we are doing as a group. And yeah, we're looking forward to advancing economic reconciliation in British Columbia. So with that, I'll turn it over to Greg.
Health and economic gaps faced by too many First Nations peoples in this country. And then how do we bring some business expertise and partnership to sole source income through sustainable economic development? And as we had those conversations that Chief Dick talked about, we built some trust and relationship around the table. And one of the things we identified first off is how do we build capacity and increase capacity? So the Indigenous Intern Leaders Program is something you should all be aware of, encourage youth, and we've defined youth as I get older, the number keeps going up, but roughly about 35 and under, that have some type of a degree. It could be a technical, a trade, a diploma, or some post-secondary education, to apply and participate in the program. We've, at the Business Council, have 50 companies that have said that they will hire Indigenous graduates for a 2-year period of time in a myriad of areas, from banking to forestry to engineering and other areas, often in community. And the intent is that for 2 years they learn and have employment and learn the job, but also really learn the sector and the industry and a bit about business. And part of the program is intended to also build within the cohort of the people going through the program some relationships among young First Nations graduates as well, so that over the course of time there's a network of strength and understanding across communities. I'm happy to say that we just launched the program a little while ago, and we've already had companies like Timber West and others step up and been successful in hiring Indigenous graduates. But we need your help. So Vancouver Island University, some of you will be familiar with, have done some phenomenal work with Cowichan and others on the island. But they're acting as the portal both for Indigenous participants, for companies, and for post-secondary institutions, whether it's technical trade, diploma, or graduate. And they're acting as a bit of that pooling of all of the people that necessarily could participate in the program. And I've got some brochures, and as you see on the screen, there's a site that people can go to. So I'd encourage individuals in your community that are looking for this opportunity to go and investigate it. They'll provide the opportunity to match and to set up interviews with the companies. And also they're there for support. So if the intern stumbles or if the company stumbles, they're there to support to make sure they're both mutually successful over that 2-year period of time. It's our goal that we have as a Champions Table at least 50 employees a year, and trying to get that up and running and up to scale is really going to be a partnership with you. So we look for your support and help in that. The second is, back to Chief Dick's comment, is we wanted to be really practical around what we could do to address opportunities on sustainable economic development, shared decision making, and the ability to equitably participate on the resources of the land. And in doing so, Chief Joe Alphonse, I don't think is here today, suggested that we may want to do something in Tsilhqot'in territory. So with their invitation and consent, the intent is to work with the community to understand what the assets and opportunities are, to understand the Indigenous laws that would apply, to understand the opportunities among the Tsilhqot'in people that they'd like to pursue, and then go out and do the real work of understanding what the inventory of opportunity might be, and then go to the community and also the private sector to see if there's partners that we can move forward on and build out structures for shared decision making. So ironically, when we started this process, I think it's fair to say, Catherine, that we were ahead of the politicians trying to figure out some solutions, and maybe the politicians have caught up. But we're going to go and drive this between the Indigenous leaders and business, and go to government when we need support and help to move it forward. But the intent of it all is really to empower the communities to build capacity, to make sure they have structures and process in place, and many of those communities do, but they may need a little bit of help, and that's where collectively the chiefs and the business leaders are prepared to invest their time and energy and expertise into that model. So we're really excited, and we'll be moving forward on that in the next little while. But thanks, Chief, very much for the opportunity to speak.
Elsewhere and see where that can be created as well. Moving on to some of the toolkits that we're developing. One of them is the black books that we've talked about and that are reported out on. Over the last couple of years, there has been engagement sessions in terms of the gaining better ideas and strategies on assisting many of our communities and how to best move forward, and providing tips, I suppose, and advisements on economic development within your communities. And what we developed was very similar to Jody Wilson-Raybould's red books on governance. But these are black books in terms of providing information about economic development. Draft was developed this past spring, and there has been peer review of the black book document, and there is a draft that we have. I believe it's provided at the back on the back table. And it's really in development, continues to be developed. We will have further sessions around the province. And just to note, we do have a meeting here on October 25th. That stage will be in Fort St. John, but I think that will be canceled because of low turnout and will be rescheduled. So Prince George, October 30th, November 6th, Prince Rupert, Williams Lake, November 22nd, Vancouver, November 26th, Nanaimo, December 3rd, Cranbrook, December 11th, Victoria, December 17th, and Kamloops, December 20th, with Fort St. John to be rescheduled. I just want to recognize 4 directions on the initial engagement sessions and development of the Black Books, and also Castlemaine for developing the Black Books. And now, once again, 4 Directions Management will be rolling out these further engagement sessions, and really want to listen and hear back from you in terms of reviewing the Black Books, the current draft, and make this an opportunity and a toolkit that is really functional. So this is really the toolkit will follow the roadmap, if you will, and the map guides the reader through 4 stages of economic development within your respective communities. Creating a community plan, it's very important for planning and deepening overall engagement through to launching a new business. There's quite a few challenges. If you've ever had your own company, there's a lot of planning that needs to be had and a lot of resourcing. The toolkit offers advice and frameworks and guidelines to support a community or nation on its economic endeavors and journey. And lastly, the associated document will also provide tips, tools, and techniques, offers more and more detailed frameworks and tools, and is organized in the same format as this main document. And really important that we provide as much assistance to our communities, because we know quite often why business fails is because we're not planning and we're not prepared. So really that's what the BCAFN and the Black Books are trying to do. The other initiative is BCAFN Business Forum. Establish a business forum for First Nations and industry that builds capacity, new business ventures, and showcases First Nations successes. We will have a save the date, February 19th, 20th in 2019 in Vancouver in Coast Salish territory. And there is one day specific to women and gender in business. And we're excited to have this focused on women and in terms of being successful in the business world. And it's an important discussion to be had. And I think it's really important that we include everybody in terms of business. Data and online resources that we have from the BCAFN is established a business forum for First Nations and industry that builds capacity, new business ventures, and showcases First Nations successes. It's quite important that we showcase those stories from your communities of the many successes we're seeing out there in British Columbia, and to really keep information and data in terms of data modernization that will assist your communities. We do have an app and a business portal, the BCAFN app. If you have an iPhone or an Android, there are apps out there that assist many of our daily lives, and one of them is we do have one for BCAFN. And you can download that. That provides a lot of information, not only on the organization, but also assist your communities in terms of clustering is really about targeting as much information and intelligence that First Nations can use to advance their interests and ideas within a particular economic sector. We have a summary report that will help to make sure that it is in a format that works for your communities. And I think finding out as much information about a certain industry, it will empower you to be successful in that industry. I can only think of right now in this, over the last few weeks with the legalization of marijuana, I think that perhaps it has always been in discussions over the last several years, and I know several First Nations have been talking about getting into the marijuana industry and cannabis, and you know, perhaps that's something we should be looking at. It's much more than just recreational use. There's health matters. There's hemp oil. There's you know, utilizing hemp as well as other forms of cannabis that can be you know, an economic development opportunities, and that has been asked of me for quite some time. I certainly know that it may be successful for somebody, it might not be for others, but perhaps this is another industry that we should provide as much information as we can, so you know, you're kept up to date on the current laws and what is allowed and what isn't within your jurisdiction as First Nations communities. So with that, I just want to thank the Champions Table members, all the CEOs, the chiefs, within our mandate of the Champions Table, it's not necessarily, you don't necessarily have to be a chief. It's really leadership from the First Nations side, where you know, those that are showing success and leadership and economic development, that's who we want to hear from, and that's who would probably be the best candidates for sitting at this type of table. So I want to acknowledge and thank all those that sit at the table on our behalf of the BCAFN, and thank you for the really important input that you bring forward to the table at the Champions Table, because over the last year going to these meetings, I engaged with those companies, with the CEOs in British Columbia that have that eureka moment of, you know, what they're doing wrong in terms of engagement with First Nations, in terms of how to really reconcile with the Indigenous peoples, and also to implement and get a better idea of what it means to implement the 94 recommendations from the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which is one of the things that we're trying to do, and trying to really bring concrete meaning to what reconciliation means. It's always going to be a challenge, but I think to the credit of this table, it's something that we need to do, and it's something that needs to happen across this province. So this is just really taking an economic development perspective of reconciliation, and with all the initiatives, I am happy with the progress and to move forward. So thank you. Merci.
So once again, thank you for everybody who participated in this. So we have, again, from the Champion Table, Catherine Denise, we had Chief Cynthia Dick, as well as Greg Devignon. There was a token of appreciation presented to each of you. We appreciate you taking time out to be with us today. Thank you so much. And I believe everybody has been handed out the Economic Development Toolkit. I believe there's some staff who just went around and made sure you had that. They've also handed out posters for the Black Book sessions. If you lose that poster, it is in the back of your annual report. They do have the upcoming dates. Microphone number 8, please.
Thank you, Chalawatzaat, Shanna Thomas, proxy for Hereditary Chief Pahalakton of the Laxon First Nation. Just a question, Terry, on not just the Champions Table and the toolkit, but I'm just thinking, while the information's being presented, there's a number of arms that go into economic development. There's obviously the folks on the ground that are doing work that are achieving success, but there's a lot of thinking that needs to go into economic development and feasibility assessments and 5-year strategies. Have you given any thought to having another table? Like, just off the top of my head, I'm just thinking about people that I know, like Cliff Atleo Jr. Just did a doctorate and defended his dissertation, and his subject topic was house it economic development in some capacity. I can't recall exactly what it was, but I know that that's his focus, and he's at SFU. I know Dr. Michelle Corfield has an executive MBA program for Indigenous leadership. So there's a number of different folks in and around our communities that are specializing in this area, and are they included, or how could we also utilize their skills and expertise to assist us in moving forward?
Microphone number 3, please. Very much, Regional Chief. We're going to go on to our next item on the agenda, which is the cannabis legalization and regulation. We have been told that Cheryl Kashmir is unable to join us today, but I do ask Chief Harvey McLeod and Chief Bob Chamberlain to please come forward at this time. We'll hear from them as the Joint Interim Working Group on the legalization and regulation of non-medical cannabis in BC. So please help me in welcoming them to the table. We're clapping in our hearts. We're clapping in our hearts. There you go. So we'll just bring over microphone 2 and 1. microphones to this panel. Microphone number 20, please.
Microphone 8, is that?
Ron Ignace and Swepmhulu. I'd like to recognize the landholders here, honor them, and the elder that said the prayer, and all the cooks and BCAFN Regional Chief Terry TG for hosting us here today. What I wanted to talk about is more get back to the whole idea of the issue of economic development, of which what you're talking about here. But first of all, Wayne wanted me to ask you guys if we're gonna host a joint meeting.
Sorry, that's just bad.
You know, and but more. We've been looking at the issue of an Aboriginal resource tax, and I believe that I don't know whether it's at the UBCIC, but at the BCAFN, we had a resolution around a resource tax, getting that, and I don't know where that's at and whether that's still a live issue with us, because we've looked at the issue, and we're at SSN, we're pushing forward on that whole issue of a resource tax. We looked at revenue sharing, because revenue sharing is an agreement-based rather than a jurisdictional-based agreement, and it's unstable, and it depends on the agreement and who's behind the agreement. Also, and they're politically insecure. You know, and resources, taxes based on project resource developments, they're unsecure. We have one with New Gold, but because it's a tax that comes off the top of the mine, it depends on the extent that the gold prices are. Gold prices fluctuate, as well as the extent of production of the mine will depend on the nature of the tax, the extent of the revenue you get from the tax. So you can't take that to the bank. So that's, and it makes, as well as, you know, difficult, it's a lack of revenue independence makes it difficult to assert our interests or design programs without interference from other governments. So what we're advocating is that an option whereby as we can institute a negotiated and pre-specified resource tax regime to replace the need to negotiate revenue sharing agreements. The new tax regime would be created from tax room offered by both the federal and provincial governments under negotiated arrangements. And that would come from, that's what the provincial and federal governments operate the whole structure of the nation on, is that type of tax. That you can take to the bank. But so if you, looking at our position that we put forward at the pipeline consultation, we put forward that idea of that type of tax, and one of the things that the judicial review, the Supreme Court judge stated that SSN are not satisfied with the current Crown engagement model and lack of addressing SSN needs for nation-to-nation dialogue about their concerns and interests, and have proposed that the Crown develop a memorandum to address these issues and provide a framework for dialogue moving forward on the spillage fee, on a resource tax, on those different types of issues where we can have a stable financial opportunity to develop our nations. And I think that's where we need to look at designing our strategy, and so that we can rebuild our nations. You know, the tax issue, I know our people are cringe when we talk about tax, but if you go back in our history as Secwepemc, in the 1850s, we used to charge non-native people 50% of the produce that they took off of our lands or grew off of our lands as a payment for the use of our lands. And they were expected to turn those lands over in improved conditions back to us when they're finished with them. Well, somewhere along the way, that's gone out the window. So we need to begin reviewing our histories in that relation. as a nation, so that I'm tired of, I feel right now, I feel like a chief who's on a gerbil wheel, just running and running harder and faster to try to get more program grants from the government. And I'm of the age, I don't want to run anymore. I need an exit strategy, right? So I think that we ought to take a look at that, as make that part of our strategy. And as far as I understand, that the federal government is interested in sharing in the cannabis tax with us. There's some people discussing them. We're in discussions with both federal and provincial governments about a resource tax, creating some tax room, and there's some, they're not shutting us down. They want to hear more, they want to listen more, understand it better. So there seems to be a growing appetite for us to move in that direction. So I suggest that we integrate that into our strategy here. Thank you.
Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you.
Election 1-1 Janet Hansquest, Cookville Lytton First Nation. I thank the Musqueam people for allowing us to do their business, our business on their lands. I just want to make a comment on regarding economic development and ensuring that the committee looks at what are the impacts and what is the cost. The reason I'm asking that is talking about cost. I just got calls this morning regarding children getting into marijuana and not listening to their grandmothers, so they're minors, so what are the costs, you know, physically, mentally, emotionally, and spiritually? I've also just had about 1,200 pot plants confiscated on my reserve way up on the west side of the river, and they were non-native people growing it, and they had a sophisticated operation of having timers on there and everything else. We were able to confiscate the truck that's from Kelowna, and there was one person arrested, and 2 got away. They brought in dogs the next day to try to locate them, but they were long gone. But we know that they weren't our people. So I just want to make sure that we look at the impacts, because a lot of our kids are still in child welfare and have a lot of emotional trauma. Thank you.
Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you for that. That's exactly, that's the
Just a final comment on that. Thank you,
Thank you very much, Chief Bob Chamberlain. We do have a token of appreciation for you both for coming forward today. So please join me in thanking them. Just before we get on to our last panel before lunch, I would just like to acknowledge that we have had with us all day. And if you were wondering why I was smiling, a big smile for no apparent reason, is I was watching our female youth rep, Angela Charlie, cradle her youngest in her arms outside, and it was adorable. But thank you so much for joining us today, Angela. We appreciate all that you and Johnny do on behalf of the youth here in British Columbia, so we raise our hands to you. At this time, I'd like to call forward for New Relationship Trust and the report, the Chair of New Relationship Trust, Hugh Breaker, as well as the CEO, Cliff Regan, to speak to you today. So please help me in welcoming them forward to the table.
Firstly, thank you very much for the invitation. Hugh Breaker, Chair of the New Relationship Trust, and I'm appointed by the First Nations Summit to sit on the Board of Directors. The 2008 crash that resulted in us having no income for a fair number of years. Our return on investment is higher than most other trusts in British Columbia. We're exceeding 6% on average at the present time. So I'm happy to report to you that your money, in my opinion, is being handled very well at the present time. It's achieving the maximum return it can without exposing ourselves to too much risk. So that's the first thing. The second thing is that we've applied to the province for additional funds and also to take over some of the province's programs. There's a disagreement over what happened 12 years ago. Former Premier Gordon Campbell denies that he promised any more money. The First Nations leadership who were in the room with him at the time all say, yes, he did. He promised that the $100 million was only the first investment with First Nations people, that there would be more money for the New Relationship Trust in the future. So we're left with a he said, she said type of situation. He's saying that he did not promise more money. The people who work for the government in the Ministry of Finance say it was never promised. They don't have any instructions that there was ever going to be more money. That being said, the NRT has clearly shown that we can manage these investments very responsibly. The funds that are being invested by the NRT and its initiatives are resulting in positive developments within First Nations communities and with First Nations people. This is a good, I don't want to say program, it's a good initiative, the New Relationship Trust, and it's benefiting a lot of First Nations people. So we go to the province, we say, look, this is a very good thing. It's having positive results. It's good not just for the First Nations in British Columbia, but it's good for all of BC and ultimately all of Canada. So we have pressed the provincial government to add more money to the pot, so to speak. The Northern Trust, I point out, was, I believe, given $150 million in the past. There are various ways that we could use the funds as creatively as possible to assist with First Nations in BC. Aside from that, we say that the province is currently administering programs that it shouldn't be. For instance, the First Citizens Fund. The First Citizens Fund gets almost zero interest on the monies. The provincial government essentially just hands out cash each year. We say to the province that if we had those funds, we could achieve more than 6% interest return per year and make more money available under the First Citizens Fund than the province does right now. The Leadership Council has endorsed our submission to the province, and we're waiting for some feedback from them. In addition to that, the province at the present time has scholarship funds which are deposited with other trusts in British Columbia, trusts that are not run by First Nations people. We say that if it's a scholarship or a bursary intended for First Nations people, students, it should be administered by First Nations organizations. If not the New Relationship Trust Foundation, then some other First Nation organization. Only First Nations people should be able to set the criteria for who gets First Nations scholarships. Only First Nations organizations or people should set the policies that apply to First Nations people. So for example, I'll use a very quick example. The New Relationship Trust Foundation does not put any strings on the money we give as scholarships and bursaries. That has a huge impact on our students. First Nations women students come to us and say, we can't afford childcare when we go to university because the other scholarships and bursaries only want us to spend money on tuition and books and nothing else. So we said, fine. If we give you a scholarship, there's no strings attached to it. You want the money for childcare? That's great. We just don't want you to have any financial obstacle to going to university. We want to overcome those obstacles. So we've put initiatives to the province, a proposal to the province. We met with ministers a few months ago, and we've got another meeting coming up this Friday with the province. Hopefully, we're going to achieve results. With respect to the federal government, that government has never contributed to the NRT, but reaps all the benefits. The federal government reaps the benefit of economic development on reserve, etc. So again, we're going to be approaching the federal government very quickly because we understand that the government is considering an alternative with respect to post-secondary education, an alternative to what they do now. And we're going to be meeting with them to try and convince them that if it's First Nation students in British Columbia, then it should be a First Nation organization in British Columbia who administers that. So the NRT has been very busy approaching government on those two initiatives. Third thing that I wanted to mention was that 2 years ago, the NRT Board of Directors, on your direction and on the direction of First Nations people, after our community consultations, changed from a sunsetted fund to a perpetual fund. We were told loud and clear after our 10 community engagements that people do not want the NRT to extinguish itself. They want it to keep on and to keep funding the needs of First Nations people. So we changed over the past 2 years to a perpetual fund, and I'm pleased to report to you that the transition, in my view, has gone smoothly, and that the Board of Directors now realizes the challenges ahead of them, both in managing the existing dollars to meet your needs and also increasing the dollars as much as possible. We have established a committee to deal with growth in the NRT. The last thing that I want to mention before passing it to Cliff is that we have another proposal for legislative change before the province. We are asking the province to change the legislation so that the NRT can co-invest with First Nations who want to. There are some First Nations in this province who have funds, for example, from specific claims, settlements, or from economic development, who want to invest their funds, but they can't achieve the same return that we do. We get a return of over 6% on average because we have $100 million. The investment companies want us. They want $100 million. We're able to save on administration fees and on investment fees. If you come to them with $500,000, they don't really care. You're not able to get the over 6% return on your dollars. So we've said to the province, right now we cannot co-invest, but if you let us, we would like First Nations put their money into the same fund that the NRT has it in, and we will get them over 6% return on their investment. Right now they can only achieve 1 to 1.5 or 2% at best if it's a $500,000 investment. So we're hoping the province is going to agree and allow us to change the legislation. With that, I'll turn it over to Cliff. Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh. He's gone through most of my report, so I won't be long. Good morning, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. Before I start, I know our surveys were handed out. We're going through regional engagement sessions right now. We have one in Kamloops tomorrow and one in Cranbrook on Monday. And we're finishing up 10 regional sessions. Today, we'd like leadership and community members to fill out our survey and bring it back to our table out front. We will make a draw at the end of today for $2,500 for a community's youth group for those surveys received today. So if you've already done one, maybe someone else within your community can fill out a survey, and we'll make that draw for a youth group in a First Nation community in BC. So. So background on NRT, Hugh's gone through it. NRT has allocated $81 million in the past 12 years to March 31st, 2018. The investment fund at the end of August was $96.9 million. In addition to our regional engagements, we do a legislative review every 5 years on the Act, and that was done in 2011 and 2016. Regional engagements, like I just said, occurring every 3 years, and we're in the process of completing them right now, this month. Really, the regional engagements are very important to get input on from First Nation leadership and community members on where they want NRT to go. And are we doing a good job? From the very first surveys that were done in 2006, the 5 areas were identified as our priority for funding: governance, capacity, economic development, education, language, and youth and elders. Everybody's familiar with our mission and vision, investing in BC First Nations to support them in their capacity building at different levels, governments, individuals, etc. And our vision is there that you've seen before. Guiding principles, all of our funding that we'd put out, we adhere to these principles to support individuals and communities in their self-sufficiency, effective communications and engagement, fair and equitable access, increasing our investment fund, which Hugh talked about, and not duplicating or replacing existing government or First Nation programs. The NRT board meets annually, and this one, after the three-year engagement, they'll be reviewing where the money goes over the next 3 years in February 2019. One of the key outcomes of the original regional engagement was NRT, do not build a big bureaucracy, keep your administration below 2% on an annual basis. And that's what we've done over 12 years. This past year is 1.15% was our administration cost of our portfolio. And in our current strat plan, we'll spend $16.5 million over the next 3 years. Those interested in our investment fund, over the past 4 years, you'll see the values, $91 million in 15, $86 million in 2016, and at the end of this current fiscal year, we're at $92.6 million. In the brackets, you'll note our return on investment in that year, 14.2% in 15, 1.7% in 16, and in the fiscal year 17, we had a 12.4% return. Hugh's right. Over the past 10 years, 10 plus years of investing in the portfolio, we've averaged 6.91% return on an annual basis. Of the $81 million, just to let you know what those were spent on, in $59.2 million on those 5 strategic initiatives, $7.5 million on other initiatives, and I'll talk about that in regards to some partnerships we've done with the federal government, $4.5 million on investment fees for our managers, and $10.9 million on our administration over 12 years. Current priorities for the current fiscal year we're in is $5.5 million expenditures for governance, capacity, economic development, education, language, and youth and elders. $3 million is our biggest one under capacity, governance capacity building for First Nations in BC. So if you're not aware, we do serve the whole province of BC, 203 First Nation communities. Just a breakdown of that, direct support, $1.6 million, which supports policy development at the community level, and all of that funding has been allocated this year. Tribal Council Policy Initiative, this is a relatively new fund that we fund to nation councils or tribal councils in the province to work on policy development for the tribal council level. And that money, there is still money available, so your nation councils could access money there if they wish. A new initiative that just came out this year is called Nation Governance, $500,000. This is funding for BC First Nations to support nation building and self-determination for their community and their nation. And so this project has just been, we're just looking at approvals this week, so we'll be approving $500,000. We had close to $1 million in applications. Resource Center website is a partnership with First Nations Technology Council. So all the projects that are approved in communities for building capacity, as long as it's not confidential, those reports go into the website fnbc.info. Economic development, the major thing we do here is we support entrepreneurs and communities in starting businesses, $600,000 this year. We partner with Aboriginal financial institutions around the province to match funds for entrepreneurs up to $5,000 and match $25,000 for community businesses. In 17-18, we leveraged, so every dollar we put in, $25 was leveraged in this initiative. I'll talk about our NRT Foundation, which is a charitable foundation. We provide the core funding for that. BC Aboriginal Business Awards, which is now the Indigenous Awards, we support that. And the Young Entrepreneur Symposium is an event for young people 19 to 30 that we do on an annual basis, and that is coming up in November. I went too far, I think. Hold on a sec. There you go. Okay, I'm going fast here. So Young Entrepreneur Symposium, quickly, the best young Aboriginal Indigenous conference in the country. It's happening November 26th to 29th. If you have anyone in your community that would like to attend, contact our office. We have some sponsorship money. We can help co-sponsor young people from your communities. This event changes lives. And if you have young people in that age group that want to attend, please contact us, and you'll see a young, different, enthusiastic, positive person coming back from this conference. Hawa. Economic development. Oh no, I hit the wrong button. Education. Scholarships and bursaries, $600,000 of NRT money goes into this. And we've funded over $7.6 million since inception to scholarships and bursaries in the province. K-12 is funding for First Nation schools and or education committees or education departments, and we'll fund up to $5,000 for English, math, or science projects to support students K-12. And this fund is still open, so you can still apply to this. Our foundation I talked about is a charitable foundation. NRT set up this foundation in 2011 with the goal of building a $30 million endowment fund, which would fund $1 million a year in scholarships and bursaries in perpetuity. We are at $2 million, so we got a lot of work to do. However, we've put our scholarships and bursaries under this foundation, and the purpose of the foundation was to leverage our $600,000, which we have done. So I know $7.6 million that we funded out of our money. In addition to that, $3 million has been funded by our partners. So over 2,000 students have received funding in the province. Youth and elders, supporting youth groups and elder groups, $500,000, $250,000 each. In addition, something new this year is we will fund youth groups that are working in language, $4,000 per project, and there's still funding available for your youth groups to apply to this. Special projects, these are projects that we've done with the federal government in partnership. Community labor market navigators in the north to support capacity building with First Nation communities on attracting resources into their communities for skills training. Economic development support team. We have 11 Indigenous business specialists that we work with that support capacity building in First Nation communities around economic development. So working on your ECDEV corporation, working on governance in your community, working on feasibility studies. We have experts that can support you and work with you in building capacity in the community on this. This is still open. We're hoping to extend this next year. And we're working on that right now in partnership with the federal government. BC Indigenous Clean Energy Initiative was a pilot project with WD and us. It's ending. All projects have been approved. We are looking at a 5-year extension of this to provide funding for feasibility work on clean energy projects in communities throughout the province. So this money is just for feasibility work. We will find out in February, we hope. West Coast Energy Fund was another fund that was provided, one time only, and we just a month and a half ago approved $4.5 million to non-repayable contributions to build capacity around energy projects, and this fund has ended, so there is no new funding anticipated for this. Closing out funding map. transparency, accountability. On our website, you'll see a funding map that shows the First Nation communities in the province. You can click on those communities and find out what has been funded from NRT. In addition, it also includes the scholarships and bursaries that have gone out to those communities. Annual report, we have copies here, hard copies, and it's online, and you can access our audited financial statements, and all of our annual reports are online since inception. We need, according to our legislation, we have to post that by August 1st every year. Finally, board of directors. NRT does not appoint directors internally. All the appointments come from the leadership council groups and the province of BC. So, and we have turnover on an annual basis for 3-year terms. This year, BCAFN, First Nations Summit, and UBCIC have their appointments. The current terms end November 30th, 2018. So we have those new directors or reappointments happening for December 1st. Finally, I just want to acknowledge Deborah Hanous, who was appointed from BCAFN. Her term is up in November 30th, and I just want to acknowledge her. I don't think she's here anymore, but she has done a great job. Is she? Oh, okay, there she is. She came back. So I want to thank Deborah for her work with the board, and chairing our governance committee. Has done a lot of work for us, and I would like to just acknowledge her in this forum as your representative for BCAFN. Find us there, and a quote by Regional Chief Terry Teegee supporting NRT in our proposals to the federal government and the provincial government regarding truth and reconciliation and UNDRIP. Howa for your time. Lunch is on.
Woo! Thank you so very much to you both. I do have a token of appreciation on behalf of BCAFN. Thank you for joining us today. We will be distributing some late resolutions, of which will be the for the board. Yep. So there will be a resolution regarding the NRT appointment. I just want to bring that up. I don't have it in front of you. It will be coming to you later on today. We are working on that. We are going to take a break now. We're going to reconvene. So we're going to recess. We're going to reconvene at 1:15. We're going directly into children and families, followed by fisheries, First Nations Fisheries Council, and then get through hopefully as many resolutions as we can. So thank you so much, and we will reconvene at 1:15. everybody. Thank you so much for your cooperation. We are going to reconvene now for the afternoon of day 2 of the 15th Annual General Assembly. Just going to ask for the slide change. And we're going into our first session of this afternoon. And thank you for accommodating just a slight change with and a little shortening of the lunchtime so we could get everything in, all that good discussion as well as presentations and questions that you brought up from the floor for all the topics in the morning. I appreciate your cooperation. And again, we thank you, Cook Bironic Nace, for bringing forward the film at lunchtime. So this is a children and families presentation. There is also a resolution that will come at the end of this. As I had mentioned at the day 1, as topics come up, we will be bringing up the resolutions that go with those topics. So to speak about children and families, we will be starting with Regional Chief Terry Teegee. We'll have Cook B. Judy Wilson. We'll have Mary Teegee, who is the BC representative to the National Advisory Committee on First Nations Children and Family Services. So please help me in showing them a warm welcome here at the table. Thank you. So microphone 3 for Regional Chief, thanks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once again, acknowledge the
all joining us this afternoon on this important topic for children and family legislation. It's been a changing landscape with the provincial level and the national level. A lot of work in the past. We need to recognize, you know, the Child Caravan, Cookery Christian, and Millie Popular. systems back at the center of the work. So that's a big part of it. And all the work that we're doing, and I know that's coming from the communities as well, is based on human rights and safety of the child, and really repairing the damage done by the Crown policies that were meant to eradicate us and extinguish us and to oppress us. So a lot of it's that colonial doctrine of discovery that we need to overturn, and decolonization, if you want to call it that. So we provide regular reports back to the chief and councils and to our respective organizations, and also we continue the engagement with Canada on federal funding and legislation as directed by resolutions, and we provide updates on the work plan and report back. And the other one that just notably, they had September 11th and 12th, they had Jordan's Principles on September 11th and 12th in Winnipeg, I believe it was. And I think we heard from Cindy herself saying we need to do a better job in BC of implementing Jordan's Principle and getting access to it. I think, I'm not sure if there's a specific report, Mary, on how we're doing with Jordan Principles here in BC, but that's a big factor in the wellness and well-being of children and families, I think we have to look at. But during all of this transition pieces that's happening, what's most important is what the communities and the nations are doing on the ground in their community, and then utilizing some funding that's starting to roll out now, and then shaping what their nation and community plans are in and around children and family. That's what's going to drive the work, and any of the recommendations and input directly feed into this legislation piece work. And Mary can talk about the maybe the structure with AFN and the how the technical working group and the reference group all work at that level. And usually Cheryl Casimir is our BC appointee to that table, and Mary is one of the reps at the national table as well, so they would report on all of those different levels that are happening. There's a lot of work being undertaken, and I think communications is key, and also providing that regular access and to the information and input from the chiefs themselves as we're doing this important work for our children. And we're also seeing the need for the immediate crises that happen day to day with our children. Just yesterday, myself, I was dealing with 3 different cases on children and family while trying to be at the meeting. And I can also see the other chiefs also having to do that. And there's still a lot of barriers to do that work, and capacity and resources that are needed to do that. But I'm also reminded when Chief Andy Paul came to our community, a recent signing for this equipment that Cookby Wayne put together for our nation. And he talked about a lot of things he was doing in his own community for children and family. And it remains those bright spots that say, yes, we can make those change and differences for our children, and bringing together and heal our families, I think, is really, really important. Cook's Jam, and thank you. That ends my piece of the report here, and I'll turn it right directly over to Mary.
Good afternoon. Mary T.G. Satney. Mausham Gabu is my hereditary chief's name. I'm thankful to the rightful owners of the territory that were conducting this important business, Masai. It's been quite a hectic year altogether within Child and Family. I'll just briefly go through where we're at now and where we need to be, and I really want to emphasize how we're in a really unique point in our history, and how moving forward the decisions that we make in Child and Family is going to have implications for, I would say, generations down the road. So I'm the representative of the National Advisory Council. I've been the representative for the last, I think, almost 4 years, if not longer. I also sit on as a board member for British Columbia on the Caring Society. And of course, we took the federal government to court in 2007, won that case in 2016, and had a final ruling in February of this past year to ensure that prevention activities or prevention was covered for our children. It's important to note that the CHRT, the Community Human Rights Tribunal, has broad implications on funding and how we practice child welfare today. And it's been a long-fought battle, and I saw that Cindy had just won, Cindy Blackstock had just won the Mahatma Gandhi Humanitarian Award. Accolades and congratulations, and it couldn't have gone to anybody better deserving than her for the fight that she has undertaken, her life's mission, to ensure that our children are taken care of. Now, coming from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, there's certain orders, not recommendations. In February of this last year, it was very clear that there are orders, not recommendations. Many of that was around funding, because we've never had funding. As you know, the orders from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal are specific to delegated agencies. And so, as you know, delegated agencies up to that point were not funded for prevention on reserve, and we were also inequitably funded just to provide the basic protection services. So that was one of the things that they remedied. The other remedies comes from legal costs. We've never had legal costs covered before. We do now have that ability to cover legal costs. We also actually have the ability to even retain our own in-house counsel, which we never had before, to advocate on behalf of our children and families. We also have the ability, and the remedies is to ensure that there's data management. Many of us have old computer systems. It's not really compatible with other platforms, so we now have the ability to develop our own computer systems, our own programming to ensure we know where our children are at and how well they're doing. There's also another recommendation that came from, not necessarily an order from the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, and again, it was something we've always said is around development of our own federal legislation. As the chair of the Directors Forum, since for quite a few years, I've been saying this since 2004, that we do need our own provincial act, but more than that, we need our own federal legislation. So in May of this past year, as you know, some of you were there, I put forward a resolution based on behalf of my chief, and the resolution spoke to co-developing a federal enabling legislation, not co-developing an options document, but co-developing federal enabling legislation. This is federal enabling legislation as opposed to federal legislation under Section 35. So having done that work, we're at a place now where we now have prevention dollars in First Nations communities. And I understand, and this is one of the things that we really push forward at the National Advisory Council. So out of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, that's where the National Advisory Council on Child Welfare Reform comes out of. We had the National Advisory Council starting in the early 2000s, and it was a National Advisory Council that, that recommended that a report be done, and that was a one-day report which showed the inequities. There's 2 or 3 one-day reports that showed the inequities, and it was that report and that research that led the way, that paved the way to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal. So at this point, the National Advisory Council had stated that although we received the prevention dollars, we won the court case for delegated agencies, there also had to be the allowances for those nations that weren't part of a delegated agency. As BC's NAC representative, we made that argument again and again and again, and so finally there are dollars now for those 84 nations in BC that aren't affiliated with the delegated agency. Now that number is capped. I believe it is $12 million for this year for the province of BC. The ruling, Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, states that the nations that are affiliated with the delegated agencies, that we just bill for prevention. So if it costs my agency and my communities $5 million to prevent kids going into care, that's what we get. We bill for the actual costs, and that's really important to note. I do believe that there still needs to be a lot of work done on getting those nations that aren't part of a delegated agency more money, but this is where the federal enabling legislation comes into play. Federal enabling legislation allows nations, what we're saying is allow nations to become self-determining and self-governing. And I often say this, that what that means at the very base is that you have the ability to make decisions for your most important resource, your children and that's where it should rest. So I'm part of the legislative working group, there are representatives in accordance with the resolution from across Canada. Cheryl Casimir represents BC, and I'm on the legislative working group as part of the National Advisory Council. There is still some work being done. There is a resolution in your package, which I firmly, strongly recommend that you endorse. But there needs to be another step, and I believe that BC chiefs are always really strong. I just sheer numbers, but I also believe in your spirit and your energy when it comes to child welfare, that we would need your support to get this over the touchdown line. Because what's happened so far, and I'll just give you a brief update. We've had the National Advisory Council, we have the legislative working group that lends information to co-develop legislation. So what has happened since then, in the last few weeks, there was a reference group that was struck up unbeknownst to the Legislative Working Group or the National Advisory Council. Not a lot of information that came forward, not very transparent. And it's important, especially when it comes to child and family services, or child and family well-being, that there is transparency. And the one thing that I know, just being on this file for you know, almost 15 years now, but advocating for decades, that definitely we don't want politics to get in the way of the best interest of the child. And so we need to ensure that we get this legislation passed. There is a two-phase approach that the feds have put forward, which you know, we're in support of. Phase one is just getting the enabling legislation going through, and then phase two would be all of the engagement sessions that they've had across Canada, that could be added in later, possibly as regulations. So I think right now we have some work that's been done, well, a lot of work that's been done. ISC has had, as you know, has those engagement sessions across Canada where they've asked so many questions. They've sent it all out to you chiefs to find out what your input was as to what should be included in enabling legislation. There are three things that we've been putting forward that are absolutely instrumental in the development of the legislation. One of those are the guiding principles, the funding, and of course the actual enabling jurisdiction wording. And that's what we really need to concentrate. It doesn't need to be, and I keep saying this, a big unwieldy document. It's just got to be clear and concise as to what we want to ensure that nations have the abilities to make laws for their children and families, and so therefore being self-determining to make those decisions. The other piece of work that's been done, as you know, the provincial amendments to the Provincial Act. We're unique in BC in that the provincial government, MCFD, are in support of harmonizing their act to harmonize with the federal enabling legislation. It's important to make that point because really throughout the rest of Canada, I haven't seen the provinces come up to bat and say, okay, we'll make those changes as we see fit. As you know, the BC Act is over 25 years old, and there definitely needs to be changes to it. And again, there was that whole conversation around why are we tinkering with the Provincial Act? I believe that we need a new act, First Nations, BC Provincial Act. And the reason this is important because one thing that we've heard again and again throughout the country is that some of the nations are not necessarily ready. They don't have their own laws in place. They may not be ready for a while to take upon themselves a jurisdiction. So what can we do in the interim? So in the interim, you would still need something. It can't be a vacant field. That's why the province is there in the first place. So the province should be amending or creating their act to harmonize with federal enabling legislation. So in whatever act that you fall under, you're still able to make those key decisions for your nation, for your children. And so that's one thing that I know that we've been, that I personally have been really pushing for. So to the point where the Assistant Deputy Minister for Legislation, Cheryl May, has attended the National Advisory Council meetings. We've had the Deputy Director attend the National Advisory Council meetings, and this is sort of the messaging again and again that they need to ensure that within the Provincial Act, until such time as you can truly fulfill that jurisdiction around child welfare, that there would be something in place provincially. We also have the, Judy did a good review of everything we're doing, but one of the things that we're looking at within the tripartite working group is that we're finalizing yet again a more comprehensive work plan to ensure that all of the action items coming out of the Child at the Center action plan, the provincial gathering, that we're actually breathing life into that. So we still have a lot of work to do. Within the early learning portfolio, and again, I'm the president of the BC Aboriginal Child Care Society, and I must accolade again the province of BC for taking the lead on the early learning and childcare framework document, which was just completed in the last few months. Along with that framework is quite substantial monies that will go to the various regions. And I don't think the allocations have been made yet, but definitely there is a push to ensure that our strategies and what needs to happen in BC is being brought to the forefront. And for sure, BC AXA, Karen Isaac, and many women like her have taken the lead from BC to get that early learning and childcare framework to fruition. Some of the key pieces that we're looking at, like in development of an act, I think is the funding piece, and that is so important. The funding piece within the Act has to ensure that it is reflective of the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, so it's protected, that the prevention funding is protected, but we also need it flexible, so in case there's an example, there's a crisis, that there is an ability yearly to go to Treasury Board to vote on an increase. So you have your baseline protected, you have those key elements of funding, operations, capital, prevention activities, ring-fenced, as it's called, or protected. So that's one thing that I know at the Legislative Working Group, and also the Act that we're looking at, we've been drafting, ensures that. There's also the key pieces around funding for development of your own codes, development of your own laws, the funding for implementation, the funding for transition, and the funding for operational. So we can't think about just what we need now, but we always have to think about what we're going to need down the road to ensure that the funding piece and the legislation has the ability to reflect that. The other key pieces I talked about at the beginning of the talk was the federal enabling legislation around guiding principles. The one guiding principle that I've brought forward again and again is that every First Nation child has a right to live up to their full potential. And that has funding implications. You have to remember that the guiding principles in the legislation impacts program and service development, which impacts funding. So if you have a guiding principle that says every child has a right to live up to their full potential, that would mean every child, what do they need to do that? They need housing, they need protection, they need to have clothing, they need to know who they are, they need to know their own language, they need to have education, they need to have medical services. So that would implicate programs and service development, and then the funding would flow to ensure those programs and services that would fulfill the guiding principle of every child has the right to live up to their full potential is realized. So it's really important when we're looking at the legislation moving forward that we get these pieces right. I think the biggest thing that we're doing in BC, and I really want to keep saying that I'm always proud to say I'm from BC, because definitely the chiefs bring it forward, and that there is a strong voice coming from the leadership here in the province to make sure that all the goals and aspirations of the nations are realized when it comes to child and family. The one thing that we are wanting to ensure, again, as part of the legislation to protect the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, to protect the funding, to protect all the wins that we've had thus far, there can be the development of a special measures committee. Right now, we still have the tribunal that's overseeing all of whatever the federal government's doing to ensure that they are complying with the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal rulings, and we want to ensure that keeps happening. So one of the things that we can do is put a special measures committee within the body of the legislation to ensure that those Canadian Human Rights Tribunal remedies are always honored. And I think we need to do that to make sure that regardless of what happens in the future, that our children have what they need. The work that we're doing always comes right down to what is the best interest of a child, but not just any child, but the best interest of a First Nations child. What is the best interest of a Gikson child, of a Squamish child, of a Musqueam child? We need to really be clear as to what that is and to fight for that and make sure as leaders we uphold that. So with that, I would like to thank you for your time, and we're here for questions. Masai. Do you want me to read that out? Yeah.
So who's going? Microphone 3, please.
So there is a resolution in your package in regards to support for option 1 in terms of the options paper for the First Nations, Inuit, and Métis child welfare. And this is the option that we brought forward to the First Nations Summit, the Union of BC Union Chiefs, and then supported in terms of how best to move forward. And I think, you know, when I did speak to National Chief about the reference group, and just reiterate what he told me was that it was to expedite and speed up the process to get something in the short window of time, and looking at a reference group which in many respects was very similar to a legislative reference group that was developed for languages. And I think that was really trying to bring as many experts and those who had experience in terms of child welfare legislation within their respective communities to have input and seeing what was the best way forward. So that was what was relayed to me from the National Chief about the reference group. But in the resolution, it is option 1 that has been already passed at the Summit and at the Union as well. So, okay.
No, in Union, just a point of clarification for the Union. It'll be coming up. It'll be coming up,
okay.
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thanks for that clarity.
Before we get to the resolution, I do know that there was an invitation for questions in general on your presentation, and I've had a number of hands go up. So we'll start off with microphone number 8, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Judith Sayers, President of the National Tribal Council. I wanted to ask Mary a couple of questions. One is in relation to funding that would be assured in the federal legislation. Are we talking numbers? Are you talking formula? I'm just wondering how, when there's a need to increase, that happens. That's my first question. My second question is in relation to delegated agencies under the provincial law. So the delegated agencies carry out the provincial law, but now we have the federal government allowing First Nations to pass their own laws. And so, you know, I'm thinking that that means that the delegated agencies either have to abandon their delegated agency status so they can employ their own laws, or is this part of the harmonization that you're talking about with British Columbia, that they would allow those delegated agencies to pass their own child and welfare laws? Because I see that as a big issue for the Nuu-chah-nulth and our USMA program. And then just to the resolution, I don't know any of these option papers. I've never heard of them before, and so it's really hard to, when you don't know what that contains, and I haven't been at the other meetings, so that was just my third point. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll go to microphone number 1, please.
Okay, thanks. Good questions, Judith. When it comes to the funding piece, when we talk about a principle-based legislation, if you look at the Canada Health Act, there isn't an amount in there per se. It's all based on guiding principles. So there's 5 guiding principles that guides the Canada Health Act. One of those things for sure, for example, is universality. And so when we look at the funding for the federal enabling legislation and listening to many people across Canada, we want to ensure that the wording around the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, where it's prevention activities that's based on actuals, is there. Right now, there isn't a set amount. Just like in maintenance, Judith, you know, like if it costs $100,000 to keep a child in care, they get $100,000. So we've always argued if it costs $100,000 to prevent a child in care, that's what we should have. That's already entrenched within the CHRT. So when we talk about the funding, there'd be certain components. So right now, the University of Ottawa, the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy have taken up, have been doing research and doing an analysis as ordered by the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal to look at what it costs to provide prevention in abroad, but also to consider what it's going to cost 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road, and to have those escalators within that. So there would be, what we would imagine would be a principle-based, ring-fence protected funding that we know, but then also the ability to go back to Treasury Board to increase. So that's what I was talking about, that flexible funding. And it doesn't not necessarily, there may be some places once the Institute of Fiscal Studies and Democracy finalize their surveys and their research, which should be done this month, and some of the preliminary numbers are coming in, then you'll have a better idea. And it possibly could be formula-based. And remember, that's one of the orders, the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, and that's why the NAC is there for child welfare reform, to look at a new model. The other piece, and I like the question, so if you look at the delegation, you have to remember that the delegation was an interim measure to self-government. So when you're looking at the vacancy, the part of, like, you know, where the province has got to vacate the field, but you have to have something there. So some of the nations, not only in BC, but across Canada, have said, well, we only want to do prevention. That's what the chiefs only want to do, prevention. They don't want to actually come in and do the apprehension if that needs to happen to protect the child. So there needs to be, so federal enabling legislation allows the nations to have the authority to delegate their authority, to say, okay, you know what, this is how we're going to do it. These are our laws. You still need workers to uphold that. You still need family preservation workers. You still would need social workers. And that's what we've been doing, is building that capacity. But it wouldn't come from the province. The powers would come from the nation based on your own act. And so that's the enabling part. So if, say, a nation doesn't want to do the apprehension, but that's still something that has to occur, and if you have the harmonization of the provincial act that's going to follow your laws, then that would be a non-issue. However, we still need to think about Section 88. And trust me, I've had hours and hours of legalese that just drives me crazy. But so Section 88, it's, you know, and I've heard that, you know, we should get rid of that. Absolutely, that's our goal. But when we look at some of the nations, as I said, that aren't ready to fully implement all of their pieces, they may not have the capacity or the staffing, we need to make sure that there is the support that they need. And that's why one of the things that could happen within a federal enabling legislation is that development of a national institute to support those nations to get to that place, to be to hold that jurisdiction. And I think that's really important. So again, the authority would not flow from the province, it would still flow from the nations. Is that clear? Thanks.
we're good. Thank you so very much. And also, just a point of order and I appreciate your assistance on this, is our chiefs and proxies, or now very soon to be referred to as our member delegates, we are reliant on you wearing your red lanyards so that we can keep track of quorum. Just because it's very important for us to make sure that we have quorum when we move to resolutions. We do know we have quorum, we can recognize you, but when you don't wear your lanyards, it takes us an extra little bit of time to get organized. So I appreciate you respecting that and helping us out with that. Thank you so very much. So we do have in front of you an on-time resolution number 12, support for, actually, before we get to that, do you need to go? Sorry. So we have the on-time resolution number 12, support for option 1 set out in the options paper on First Nations, Inuit, and Métis child welfare and children, family wellness legislative options. And this, as was already stated earlier, was Wayne Christian, Cookby Wayne Christian from Sletson has stepped forward to move it. We are looking for a seconder at this time. Can you just speak into microphone 13? 13?
Toby Joseph, say out.
Thank you. As you have had a chance to have a fair bit of discussion, I'm going to go directly into the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that the BC Chiefs and Assembly support option 1 as set out in the discussion paper titled Option Papers on First Nations, Inuit, and Métis Child Welfare and Children and Family Wellness Legislative Options, dated October 14th, 2018. And 2, the BC Chiefs and Assembly call on the Government of Canada to ensure First Nations, through their chosen representatives, are engaged in development of the proposed legislation. So I am open the floor to further discussion. Well, first I'll go to a mover or seconder. If there's further comment that you'd like to make on this, microphone number 20, please.
Koksham, Madam Chair, Cookby Christian. You know, the discussion we're having is really critical, and understand that I think as this process evolves, there's lots of opportunity for input into the process. Some of the discussion around liability is interesting to me because we've been operating now for close to 40 years with our own law, and we have not had a single death of a child in our care while they're in our care. We know since 1980 where every child is that's been born into our community. So if there's situations like we were 350 at that time, now we're close to 1,000. So every child that's been born into our community, we know where they're at. And what it really represents in terms of percentages, as an example, is we only have 5 to 6% of our community children in care, versus what's in the provincial norm is 60 to 90%. So really, when you talk about jurisdiction, one of the parts of jurisdiction is taking full responsibility, which is liability. It's something we think about all the time, and if you set up your processes and your policies and procedures and regulations, you can manage all of that. So that's really what it's about, I think it's about process, your own community-based process for mitigating liability. Because the bottom line is, if you have your own law, and your responsibility is those children, no matter what. Yes, there are liability issues, but that shouldn't stop you from standing up your own law. Because you can actually set it up in your own processes by regulations, how that's managed. So the risk is really low in terms of actual liability. So I think you need to think about that, because it will evolve. Because as I said, we've been doing this for a little while, so it's interesting to hear the discussion and the fear, around liability, because liability is the issue of litigation. Litigation occurs all the time around us, and so I think it's something we have to be mindful of. And I think you can set it up so you can mitigate, risk manage your own litigation and liability for your children. But it's up to you to set that up, not anybody else. That's really what it's about. You set up those processes. Government doesn't tell you how to do it, federal or provincial. You set it up as your own process. and then it's going to work for you. So again, with that, I really looking forward to this work unfolding in this next 9 months, and how you're going to change the world for thousands of children, literally. It's going to change the world in terms of what happens right now and into the future. So thank you.
Thank you. Looking to the seconder, microphone number 13, please.
AGM Heitska.
Oh. Are we good?
Well, there we go. Again, I really want to thank the panel for the work that you're doing. I think back to the early 90s. My friend and relative Talakton, Paul Sam, was doing a lot of the similar work, and I think that there was some mistrust in organizations, and I think back to people afraid of losing funding, First Nations organizations, and what we were trying to establish then was a leadership was responsible for the funding, not the ministry. So I think that's very important to remember, that we shouldn't be hand and knee to the ministry anymore with this legislation, that even though it's delegated agencies, that we're responsible. That includes the funding, not just our children, but in the way we manage, how we work with our families, how we establish programs. I think that's very important to remember, that, and don't make the same mistake that some places do, that we adopt other policies. I think, as my respected friend here knows, that we have to take it in our own hands. We think of our own children. We think of our own future, because we're all, even though we're the same, we're also different. We have different family laws to consider as well. So I really want to thank you again, Heitska. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak.
Thank you very much. So we've heard from the mover and seconder, and the floor is open for further discussion on resolution number 12. Is there a need for further discussion? Seeing none and having question being called, is there any abstentions to resolution 12? Seeing none, is there any opposition? And seeing none, I declare it passed by consensus. Thank you. Please join me in thanking the panel, to Mary Tiji, to Cookby, Judy Wilson, of course, to Regional Chief. Thank you. All right, moving on to our agenda. We are moving into... yes, Regional Chief, we were going to take a very short little break. We're going to take a short recess. 10 minutes just to allow you to grab some refreshments. It's been quite intense. So we're just going to take 10 minutes. We will be reconvening at 2:50. So just kindly ask that you make it back in here. We're going to get into fisheries. There will be a resolution with that. And there will also be hearing from the First Nations Fisheries Council right after that. Thank you. They have drawn 2 names. And microphone number 13, Toby Joseph, proxy, you have won. And behind me, Susan Miller has also won for the Red Cross draws. They will have another draw tomorrow, so if you're like, wait a minute, I'm still feeling lucky, where's my name? You can try again tomorrow. So again, Toby Joseph, you won, and Susan Miller, you won. Congratulations to you both. Now we're moving on. So we're moving now immediately into fisheries. So we're having Regional Chief Terry Teegee, who is co-chair of the National Fisheries Committee. He wears many, many hats. We also have Chief Dalton Silver, who is the BC representative on the National Fisheries Committee. And we have Ken Paul, who was mentioned earlier today, who is the Assembly of First Nations Fisheries Director. And we have Chief Bob Chamberlain, who is the Union of BC Indian Chiefs Vice President, joining us today. So we'll start off the top with Regional Chief Teegee at microphone number 3, please. Just 1 second. There, and go. There we go.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We changed this on the agenda. It's a 2-hour item, and we're all here ready to speak to you and bore you in 2 hours. I'm kidding. First of all, I want to acknowledge Musqueam and thank them for allowing us on their territory to do the business we have to do. I'll keep my talk very short, very high level. This past year, we've seen changes at the AFN in terms of administration. Myself, I asked the regional chief or the national chief to place me on as co-chair as part of the National Fisheries Committee. The other chair is co-chair is Roger Augustine. One of the requests that we did put forward was more resources towards fisheries and also creating a fisheries portfolio from the national office. If you recall, fisheries was under the environmental file, and right now it's separated in its own file, and we do have the national office committing resources there, and we have Ken Paul at the on the frontier to give an update from the as a fisheries director from the AFN. So that's really good news in terms of British Columbia really advocating on our behalf. I've been advocating on your behalf, I should say. We met with the Minister Wilkinson, and the request was from myself and Chief Bob Chamberlain and Jordan Point were at the same meeting. We put forward some requests in regards to communicating better with the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, including regularly scheduled meetings to give updates of where we're at, completing an MOU with the DFO, which is ongoing. We're almost to a conclusion, hopefully soon. More resources in terms of funding and funding that we can really plan on. Stable funding is one of the things that we don't realize here on the West Coast. And also, too, we wanted to really see the implementation of the wild salmon policy and the recommendations from Cohen. And those were the requests we brought forward to the newly appointed Minister Wilkinson, who's based out of North Vancouver, which will hopefully mean more access to him as the Minister of Department of Fisheries and Oceans. We do have a Fisheries Committee meeting next week, and Ken will expand on that. And also, too, we really wanted to talk about having a national fisheries meeting. And that hasn't come to fruition yet, but we're still planning in the new year to have a national fisheries meeting to bring everybody from across country to talk about fisheries. Much of the work that deals with DFO is is on the west coast and on the east coast, and involves issues that in regards to oceans and the many waterways that our fish are really our resources that we rely on. One of the things too that has been brought up was inland fishing and freshland fishing in the interior provinces such as Ontario, Manitoba, and Saskatchewan, and we want to include those that have those discussions. But much of those issues there are left within the province, and it's under the province jurisdiction. But nevertheless, I think it's an important discussion we should have as well as part of the National Fisheries Committee. So I'll keep it very short, and those are some of the initiatives that we're looking at in terms of the fisheries file. And I want to thank those that are at the National Fisheries Committee table to represent our people in a really appropriate manner in terms of advocating on our behalf. So I pass it on to my colleagues who will enlighten us and bring us up to date on many of the fisheries issues that we've been tackling this past year. So, Dalton.
Thanks, Chief TG. Gee, that was pretty short. Setting the stage for myself, I believe. No, Chief Dalton Silver Sumas, I want to acknowledge the Musqueams for hosting us again, opening the doors for important discussions we have here. And again, I mentioned at another meeting last week, and it was brought up. I see Chief Tate here from Nisga'a. It was brought up, I think, last year that quite often fisheries was not included on the agenda in our chiefs' assemblies, and I think it's a really important issue for all of us, and I'm glad to see it on the agenda here again. And I want to say too that it's an honor to be sitting with the AFN Fish Committee as one of your representatives. I thank Chief TG for showing the confidence in myself to try and fulfill that position, because I think it's a pretty big position. And in saying that, I really do try and keep in touch with the different fisheries groups around the province. I sit on the executive with the Lower Fraser Fisheries Alliance that's affiliated with 30 communities from the Fraser Canyon right down to the mouth here. But we have memorandum of understanding with the Upper Fraser Fisheries Conservation Alliance, with Secwepemc Fisheries, and with the Okanagan Alliance. We work very closely with some of the other organizations and exchange correspondence with Lillooet and others. But I think I sit on this committee, and I told others before, a couple of years ago when I was first named the committee, that I really do come from a cultural and a rights perspective. I'm not a real technician. I've fished since I was a little kid on the river, and it seems lately, I think a lot of you know that sit in leadership positions, I haven't even had time to get out in the water, and I really do miss that. But along that, I think one of the big things, and I talked with some of the Nisga'a chiefs, and I was really glad to hear some of what they're saying, and it's a lot of how I think, and that we really need to move away from just talking harvesting. And that's the way that our fisheries organizations have gone over the years that I've been involved. But I think a lot lately people are talking about habitat protection, habitat restoration, and really looking after our marine and aquatic resources as was supposed to. I think someone else mentioned, I think, yesterday about the indigenous perspectives and the perspectives culturally of our people. And I've heard one of our Siams in the Stalo area talk about it, that when we were given, say for instance, the salmon, the deal was they're there to look after us. And I know in my area, there have been tests done on some of our ancestors that were up to 2,700 years old. And fish was about 80% of the diet. But the deal was when we were given the gift from the Creator, they looked to look after us, we're also supposed to look after them. And I think that's something that we need to instill in the management decisions that are being made on our behalf by DFO and for others. And Terry mentioned, you know, that a lot of what we deal with is federal jurisdiction. But some of what's happening in our territories is that some of the resources like steelhead, like sturgeon, ooligan, things disappearing in our territories, some of that responsibility is being assumed and the jurisdiction being assumed by provincial authorities. For instance, we used to fish the sturgeon on the lower river here and upper river. And actually the initiative to step back and not harvest the sturgeon as before, because we had seen the decline, was initiated by our tribal leaders. And now it's turned into a big booming industry for the sports people, the sports industry. Sports fishers are out there. And even my old mother, who's like 80 years old, said they're torturing these fish and then they're letting them go. She said, like, these guys, they pull them around by a hook on their mouth and then they let them go and say, oh, they're going to be all right. My old mother said, how would they like it if I did that to them? Pull them around by a hook in their mouth. Of course they're going to live, but are they going to be all right? I'm not sure. You know, and that's something I think we got to instill our cultural perspectives into the management. And as I talked, we need to move into co-governance. I mentioned before that our rights are being infringed on daily, not just in fisheries, but in all aspects where we come under provincial or federal jurisdictions. And I really liked what the National Chief said earlier. It's really assumed the jurisdiction over our people in a lot of different areas where we have no formal agreements whatsoever with the newcomers to our territories. I think, you know, it was a great move that we finally got the AFN at the national level to move fisheries into a standalone group. It's that important right across the country. I think some of the problems we face, others face in the interior. I was not aware a few years back of the commercial fisheries in Saskatchewan, in Manitoba, in Alberta, and the problems they're facing with accessing their fishing sites, the problems they're facing with pollution. I mean, it's the same problem we're all facing in our territories. I think, you know, some of the people talk about it was a fairly good year comparatively this year for the salmon stocks coming back into our systems. But the reality is we have a very small quota, and from what I'm hearing now is we didn't even get the chance to catch our quota, however small our quota was. The opportunities out there were not presented to our people to catch their quotas. Priority access, as we're supposed to have by way of the Supreme Court of Canada decisions, many different decisions, is being denied our people. The commercial sector and the recreational fishers are given priority. The recreational fishers, some of the numbers down here at the mouth of the Fraser, for instance, are about 400,000 fishers. They're allowed to keep 2 springs a day, 2 Chinook a day. And I was mentioning with some of our other colleagues that our salmon, the First Nations caught salmon, all our fishes that we catch, each number is counted. We have monitors that count every single number. And we've put it to the department for so long that the recreational fishers, no one counts their fish. And we know a lot of these people. Some of them are our friends, and they go out and they catch They catch their 2 fish, and then they go and put them away, and then they come back and they catch a couple more. And they'll openly tell us that, but nobody's counting their fish. So if you think about that, how many there are out there and how many they catch, there's an imbalance there that needs to be corrected. And I mentioned earlier, I was talking to Terry, I said, you know, I think I might have gave a bit of my report when I was talking to National Chief Bellegarde earlier, and that there are a lot of us that have got together and are trying to move forward on an initiative to co-manage, or as I like to say, co-govern over our resource that we never ever gave up in the first place. And we run into roadblocks with the federal government saying that they don't have the mandate to discuss the items that we put on the table. But I think there are a lot of things, and as the Niska chiefs were saying, I had a chat with them yesterday, and Chief Morvan, Chief Tate, Chief Moore there, we were talking in the corner, and I really totally agree with them that collaboration is where we get our strength. We need to get together and push forward as one voice. That's when the government really hears us. When we can all get together, find common ground, and move together and say the same thing. I'm reminded of when I talk of the cultural perspectives. I saw our elder, Shulkoilam. He and I were talking, and I say, you know, I totally agree with him that when we look after everything that's provided us by the Creator, then we're in fact looking after wild salmon as well. Stachten is the word, I believe. All the resources, everything that comes from the water that is provided for us over thousands of years, we need to look after those as much as we can. And when we do that, then we're in fact looking after ourselves as well. And I'll keep it to that, and thank you again very much for having fisheries on the agenda. Asia. And I'll pass it over now to Ken Paul. Thank you. Thank you, Bob. It's for Ken, he said. Yeah.
Mic 1. Yeah. Hello? Yeah. My name is Ken Paul. I'm a member of the Maliseet First Nations at Tobic, located in New Brunswick. And I am the first director of fisheries for the AFN. I started on September the 4th. And I had been a member of the National Fisheries Committee from the Atlantic region. I used to criticize the AFN, and now I have to face those criticisms and do things to answer the criticism I used to face. The fisheries file is quite full and quite active. Most of my experiences had come from the Atlantic region, so I'm learning as much as I can while I'm spending time out here on the Pacific coast. And I just wanted to mention a few of the things that we'll be addressing in our first National Fisheries Committee meeting, my first National Fisheries Committee meeting next week. I'm responsible for putting on 2 of these per year. The members of the National Fisheries Committee are appointed members from our regional chiefs. We have 10 regional chiefs as part of the executive of the AFN. So we have members coming from literally every province and the Northwest Territories and the Yukon. Our meeting next week, we're having it here in Musqueam, actually. And I'm also, besides this National Fisheries Committee meeting, I'm also responsible for 3 technical working groups that are supporting the NFC. The priorities for these working groups will come from the chiefs, and in between the Fisheries Committee meetings, I'll be running these working groups. One of the working groups is the Aquaculture Working Group, of which Chief Chamberlain here is one of the co-chairs. And big surprise, he says. And what we'll be doing one of the things that I'm going to propose that we talk about there is talk about some of the things that are coming out with the possibility of a Aquaculture Act. And I'll talk about that in a sec. But right now, we know that federally there are 10 federal departments and agencies that deal with aquaculture, but it doesn't have its own legislation. So it's very difficult to really figure out who is responsible for what. And we've met with several federal officials about that this past 2 months to try to figure out who's involved and what their roles are. Another working group that I'm responsible for is an oceans working group. Now, we haven't actually put that working group together yet, but some of the things that I'm going to propose that we talk about at the Chiefs meeting next week is talk about things like the Ocean Protection Plan, which was the $1.5 billion fund that was used to, it's supposed to be used to try to mitigate any problems they have with transporting oil and natural gas through shipping. Also, marine protected areas, which is a commitment that actually the Harper government made, but the Trudeau government is now trying to implement and trying to designate 10% of Canadian waters by 2020. I also want to talk about transboundary and migratory fish species, things such as salmon, tuna, eels, things that are important to our communities. And we will ask the Chiefs Committee if there's anything else that we should put on that agenda for our working group. We have a national policy analysis group, and this is something that the AFN has been using for several years to deal with issues that are identified by the Chiefs from year to year. Last year, it was actually directed by National Chief Perry Bellegarde to focus on inland fisheries. Inland fisheries, as Regional Chief TG had mentioned, deal with like Ontario, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and Alberta. The freshwater fisheries is actually quite active, but because they're provincially regulated, the relationship that the province has with the First Nations in those provinces will dictate how successful they are. And there's also a freshwater fisheries marketing commission that was put in place. It was federally mandated and put in place without consultation with First Nations. And it was basically a tool that was used to, well, they say to suppress prices for First Nations. It was supposed to facilitate their availability to the market, so they could sell. But the impetus behind that was that non-native fishers were envious that First Nations had a non-taxation status with respect to their marketing, and this board was put in place, and it had they thought it was going to actually diminish last year, but there was a renewal of it about 3 weeks ago. So we have to talk about that with some of our inland fishers. One of the other agenda items that we'll be talking about, we'll do a presentation from the National Indigenous Fisheries Institute. This was a arm's length organization that was independent from DFO, but it was set up to look at all of the fishing programs within DFO last year and this year, looking at things like the AFS fisheries, the commercial fisheries, and in this region it's PICFI, the Guardian program, and what was the fourth thing I was looking at? AFS. Oh yeah, the ARON program, and to look at renewals, because these programs, with the exception of PICFI, had been static for a number of years. And so the board was set up to look at that renewal, and we have 2 board members here to my right. Another important item that we're going to look at is that the Canada Council for Fisheries and Aquaculture Ministers. CCFAM is a council that is made up, chaired by the DFO minister, but also the ministers from each of the provinces and territories, the fisheries ministers. And they meet once a year. And last year was the first time that the National Indigenous organizations were invited. Chief Dalton Silver was able to go. It was up in Whitehorse. And we got another invitation this year to appear in December. It actually conflicts with the AFN Special Chiefs Assembly, but the meeting this year is in St. John's. CCFAM wants to talk about Indigenous knowledge, which is fine. We can talk about that. But some of the other things that we want to present to them is talk about marketing, We want to talk about some of their working groups in aquaculture. They have a working group in oceans. They have a working group in invasive species. And we would like to see First Nation participation or some kind of inclusion in some of these working groups, because these provincial ministers have a lot of authority. And we know that when they develop their own plans, if they don't include us, then it usually puts us in a very disadvantaged situation. The other thing about the CCFAM meeting, apparently what's supposed to happen is the DFO minister is supposed to decide whether or not they are going to create an Aquaculture Act. And if they don't, then they'll have to figure out a way to make provisions under the Fisheries Act to deal with aquaculture. So that's going to be a pretty important meeting for us come January, or December, sorry. We're going to also talk about some of the legislative reviews that are currently underway. Bill C-55 is the Oceans Act, and that gives the authority to create marine protected areas. The Fisheries Act, Bill C-68, is also before the Senate. And some of the issues we want to talk about in there is trying to address is the ministerial authority, that the increased ministerial authority and transparency, because the Fisheries Act is proposing to give the minister more authority to close down fisheries. The use and protection of Indigenous knowledge, which is all over the Act, which they kind of put in without asking us. And we also want to talk about the definition of Indigenous fisheries, which actually doesn't address inherent rights or treaty rights. It talks about fisheries that were created under land claim agreements or food social ceremonial fisheries only. The other piece of legislation that's important is the Bill C-69, which is the Impact Assessment Act, which includes navigation protection. So there are some provisions in there that I will be responsible for at the AFN, but I'm also working with the environment sector, who is dealing with the environmental assessment aspect of it, and also the National Energy Board aspect of it. So those are the main topics that we'll be speaking about next week. I'm hoping that the NFC is going to give me direction on all of these things so that I can start developing my work plan, and that we'll be able to report back to the NFC when we have my second meeting, hosting it, and it's probably going to be in about 4 months later. So I just wanted to outline that, and thank you for letting me present at your AGM.
Us. I'm easy, whatever.
Sure, I just had you down as the next thing, but...
Yeah.
Sorry. You wanted to be the closer. No, I was trying to demonstrate respect to my elder. Numis. Good afternoon, delegates. As you can tell with the presentation so far, the topic of fisheries is painfully complicated. And, you know, with the presentation that Jordan's going to do, of course, we're going to be able to see how complex it gets really quickly for an organization to try and keep their finger on the pulse of everything that means everything to all of us in terms of fisheries. And about 1.5 years ago, Shalqueelam, Ray Harris, myself, and Jordan, we had a conversation about wild salmon. And recognizing the full plate that the Fisheries Council has, we talked about perhaps hosting a wild salmon summit. Well, it turns out that the Leadership Council had a budget that was available to us for a project. And so we had the Wild Salmon Summit, a 3-day gathering. Wanting to begin the discussion about a province-wide strategy about how is it that we safeguard wild salmon and enhance wild salmon. We have a whole plethora of First Nation organizations that have developed some amazing technical capacity about management and about access and ensuring 35-1 is realized, as well as different commercial opportunities that have been through agreements for some First Nations, but not all. But as we're all too aware, is the demise of Pacific salmon is steady. And of course, critics will point at the ones where there was crazy returns of chum and insane returns of sockeye. But if you talk to someone that understands deeply about stock stability, those fluctuations are actually a very clear indicator of some severe troubles in terms of the viability. And so with the Wild Salmon Summit, we invited as many First Nation organizations to come and present to discuss what their work plans and strategies and what it is that they're pursuing. And for leadership to hear and to perhaps identify areas that were not spoken to, like an informal gap analysis about how do we, to inform the development of a province-wide strategy for wild salmon. And the timing is good, not just because of the scarcity of the resource and the critical need for rehabilitation, but from the political lens as well. You know that the International Year of the Salmon was just announced about a week ago. We have the BC Wild Salmon Steering Committee. We have Chief Marilyn Slett from the Haitzel here. She's one of the co-chairs of that work. Their report has just come out, a strategy for a strategy. And there is going to be an engagement that is going to occur over the next stretch of time. And I really encourage First Nations that rely on wild salmon to really take a look at what has been developed by the provincial group, because there is a very good broad cross-section of First Nation expertise involved in that. Of course, our very own Shalqueelam Ray Harris was part of that as well. Sugar Ray over there in the corner. His gillnet is most known as the wall of death for salmon. But it's an opportunity, though, for us as First Nations to examine the output and give some really clear feedback on priorities that we want to see advanced. And at the same time as the announcement of that report, the DFO minister spoke about the wild salmon policy. And of course, you'll recall about a year ago is when they decided to have a look at how they're going to implement that. Within the wild salmon policy, I believe there is 432 conservation units across British Columbia. And so the idea about the Wild Salmon Summit was to have a dialogue about how is it that we can work collectively together in unity for this sacred resource, so we're not competing with each other, so that we're not having government decide which ones are more critical than other ones, and how is it that we can come together and have a vision about how do we enhance wild salmon across the province. And so the draft report is going to be delivered to us next, October 30th, I believe that's Tuesday. And so what's going to happen is that is going to be distributed to those that were in attendance, and of course it'll be available through our organizations as well. And so what we're really, the idea of course is, you know, it's common practice now for draft reports to be circulated for individuals to be able to comment and strengthen the document, so we can use that as the path forward on a political sense in terms of wild salmon. Part of that work was also to develop a small political steering committee, if you like, to work in support of the First Nation Leadership Council. Because when we are mindful of the terms of reference for the First Nations Leadership Council, which came about from the All Chiefs Task Force, we have the political mandate for the advocacy, and we have memorandums of understandings with other organizations such as the First Nation Fisheries Council to assist from a technical capacity. And so one of the thoughts that I had was, once we have a finalized document, once we've got this political steering committee together and has evaluated the product of the summit, and then look to have some sort of an insisted or demanded meeting with the Prime Minister and the DFO Minister. Because with the commitments the federal government has made, they're fudging. Probably no big surprise to anybody sitting in this room. But like I mentioned earlier, when they said that they've implemented every Cohen recommendation, it's just simply not true. They've dismissed a whole range of them and said they've acted on them. Well, that's not the same. And so what the vision that we had was to see that cohesive political strategy for wild salmon to be advanced at the highest possible levels in the government of Canada, and to impress upon them how it relates to virtually every commitment they made to Canadians, First Nations, UN DRIP, wild salmon policy. Because if we leave it up to them, they're going to fail us again, as they always do. But so this was an effort to organize a strong political voice to go up with a hammer in our hands and to make sure that the need for wild salmon across British Columbia is understood. And as you know, I could probably talk the rest of the afternoon about fish farms, but I won't.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you.
So we thank you again for passing on the microphone to the next presentation. This is the presentation that we just had on fisheries. We'll open the floor for a few minutes for any questions, and we do also have a couple of resolutions. Microphone 14, is that the closest? 15? 14 was closest to you. 15.
Good afternoon, Clacogela. Chief Jared Giacomo-Witchett, much like acknowledge the Musqueam for allowing us to do the work here. Just have a few questions. Comment first, thank you for your reports. It was really nice to hear. Regional Chief TG, I was just wondering, I haven't failed to ask you if our administrator had forwarded you or my complaint on fisheries. Okay, thank you. And Chief Dalton, I hear you in what you're saying about the sports fishery, because when I'm out fishing, I hear the sporties on the radio saying they got 10 springs and they're only allowed 2. You know, it's really frustrating, and here they are complaining to us about the little fish that we get to take home. You know, and Chief Chamberlain, there's a young fella from UBC that did a project on re-implementing our whaler shrine, but now he's doing a paper on herring and the effects that the fish farms have on them. And herring are very important to salmon, so I'm wondering if you'd want to see his email about that. It's very interesting. It's very long and elaborative, and I keep in contact with them all the time. But I do appreciate everything you've said, and I'll keep my comments short. Clicko.
Thank you. What, are you at 1? Yeah.
Tlacwagila, thank you. Herring is, of course, we know one of the key dietary sources for salmon. And I can tell you a story about a fish farm in our territories where they accidentally harvested 32 tons of herring when they were harvesting their fish farm fish. And I look at it this way: I'm not a statistician, I'm not a mathematician, nor have I won the lottery. But what are the chances of that being the very first time that ever happened, got caught, and went to court over? I think the odds get very slim. And so the incidental catch of that industry is something that I believe has gone unmonitored. I have a lot of stories around that. But the range of things that need to be protected in our environment, it's every bit of it, because every bit of it is what we need for the healthy and abundant stocks of everything. And so I would very much like for you to connect me with that young man. And I guess at our age, pretty much everyone at university is a young man. Yeah.
Microphone number 3, please.
Thank you, Jerry, for that question. Just before I answer some of your questions or enlighten you on some of the things that we've been doing, I just want to also acknowledge Chief Michelle Edwards, who was part of the National Fisheries Committee, and at the end of the table here, Jordan Point, as well as Cliff Atleo, who are part of the National Fisheries Committee on our behalf, so it's good that they are there. It's always difficult to fill in these spots and make sure that other regions do the same, because we're pretty proactive here in BC and make sure those tables are filled. In terms of your complaint and the complaint that you sent to me, it's not the first one that I've seen in terms of conduct of other fishermen, and also racism in terms of what we deal with sports fishermen and non-Indigenous fishermen out there. I've seen it also in the Stolo territory, and in our meeting with Minister Wilkinson, DFO Minister, We did bring up this issue about the complaints that I'm hearing, because you're not the first. I've heard it several times, and even up in our territory where I'm from, we hear it all up and down, and there needs to be something to be done in terms of the harassment and also the racism that exists and in terms of fisheries. So it's duly noted, and I certainly want to bring it forward once again with the minister and do something about it, and perhaps this is something that the National Fisheries Committee should put on the agenda and try to deal with, because I know in the East Coast they're probably dealing with the same thing, so or in their past have had to deal with it. So thank you.
Thank you. We'll go to microphone number 13, please.
Don Swanvik, Numgies. I'm going to mention fish farms, and in case Bob hasn't told you guys some of this stuff. I'm going to talk about many years ago, probably 20 years ago, a friend of mine was working for fish farms on his seine boat. He had a wooden seine boat. And he was quickly let go because they decided that his boat wasn't able to be cleaned properly because it was made of wood, because of the disease that's abundant on fish farms. They wanted boats with aluminum boats and fiberglass hatches so they could sterilize them in between each farm. So if we talk about an immediate and doable thing to help wild salmon, that's getting the open net pen fish farms out of the ocean. We have an alternative. They can go on land. The province and indeed Canada is getting on side with this. I saw a cat food commercial that still runs, and they tout wild salmon. So the word's out, and everybody in this room has wild salmon. Everybody in this room is affected by the open net pen fish farms and the pathways that our salmon take out to the ocean to grow up and then come home. So there's absolutely a doable thing there, and you know, we can do it. The boost to the economy and putting them on land is going to be humongous, and they're gonna go to land. We just got to get the salmon. Don't have time to wait for them or to wait for the rest. So we all need to push harder, and there are a few nations on the coast who are supportive of or in business with the industry. And that's because we're poor, So, but the diseases that are on these, that abound in these fish farms, they don't know any boundaries. They go everywhere. I don't know of, I'm going to tell you about sea lice. This is the big problem with farms. And what happens, the farmers will tell you, oh, we get those from the wild salmon. And they're right. The wild salmon come in from the ocean, and they have sea lice. When they get into the rivers, the sea lice die, and there's no more sea lice. But the farm salmon are a host for the sea lice, as they're a host for disease, and they stay there, and they propagate. And when the small salmon that come out of our systems go out to sea, they go past those farms, they get sea lice on them. It would be like if any of you have seen photos of them, you know what I'm talking about. But if you haven't seen a photo, it would be like probably us having a chicken or a rooster hanging on to us in 4 or 5 places in our body, parasitically. So that's what happens to our little fish. And I've been a fisher all my life, and the decline in the fish, where there used to be so many fish, is unreal. So I guess that's not a question, that's just advice, and I'm sure it's advice you've heard before, but it's the truth, and we need to do it, and we can do it if we all pull together. Gail Kessler.
Thank you. Microphone number 9, please.
Gukshjan. Hantlan Squash, lease behind Cook Bevan Selectco in the Cathlam Nation. Lease behind Chief of the Coldwater Band. Thank you for the presentation. I just wanted to bring up some issues that I had. At the conference, was there discussions about invasive species of fish within the fresh waters, and not only in the rivers, but in the lakes that are the headwaters to our main rivers. Because I know in the Nicola Valley we have perch that are in the Nicola Lake now, and that's an invasive species. Another one brought up by jurisdiction, and I think jurisdiction is very important. As you know, Canada and Trans Mountain are going to move towards the second part of the National Energy Board talks on the Trans Mountain expansion pipeline. And I've been discussing this with provincial reps and federal reps on the silos that the provincial and the federal government work in. And I say that because when it comes time to issue permits on whether it's on the ground or in the river, it's a huge concern to me. Because when Coldwater River is one of the most endangered rivers in British Columbia, I'm going to be the voice for those fish. And when DFO or the province of British Columbia starts issuing permits to do work for a pipeline, I'm going to do anything in my power to stop that, because nobody else is speaking up for the fish in the headwaters of the Coldwater River. And I bring up jurisdiction too because you look at how fish is regulated. Some of the fish are federally regulated and some of the fish are provincially regulated. And yet when you try to get answers from both governments, they don't know who to point the finger at. We're doing a water governance pilot project in the Nicola Valley, the 5 Nicola Chiefs, and that's one of the most important things is water, because that's what it takes for fish to survive. And putting our foot down on big industry. And that needs to happen throughout British Columbia to protect everything else besides the fish. So just some questions I brought up. Hopefully I get some answers. Cooksham.
Thank you. So there were some questions. I'm just looking to our panel to see if anybody wishes to respond at this time. I also just was advised that some of the questions coming up, we will be addressing some of the things more in depth with the presentation from Jordan Point, who is the CEO of the First Nations Fisheries Council, who is next on our agenda. I do have a couple of more people noted down for questions to the panel. Go to microphone number 1, please. Oh, he's in microphone number 2.
Yeah. So with respect to invasive species, BCAFN has one of the working groups on invasive species. So that's one of the issues that I'm going to ask the National Chief to bring up with the provincial and federal minister, provincial ministers and the federal minister. And with respect to jurisdiction, there are some First Nations in Ontario and the Atlantic region that have actually asserted their rights over their fisheries. Specifically, Nipissing First Nation, Chief Scott McLeod, they took over management of their commercial fisheries and their food fisheries on Nipissing Lake. And they had a lot of pushback by the province. But when it came right down to it, like the province realized that they could not actually, under their provincial laws, arrest their own members. They found out that within the community, Chief Scott told us the story, that the people that were fishing illegally were people that were actually feeding their addictions. And so that's why they had to fish illegally, to do these illegal sales. So they developed their own management plan, and they used justice circles within their communities to deal with people that were fishing outside of their First Nation laws. And they had this sort of cat and mouse problem with the provincial fisheries officers for about 2 years, but then finally the province had decided that, well, instead of trying to fight them, because they knew if they went to court against Nipissing that they would lose, they ended up coming to the table and signed an MOU. So the way that it works now in Nipissing Lake is that if somebody does something illegal from the community, they will put them through the community justice system. But if that person refuses to do that, then they actually turn them over to the province and let them go through the courts. Another First Nation that I would like to point out is Listowitch First Nation, which is the Mi'kmaq Nation on the border of New Brunswick and Quebec. They actually have their own salmon law, and they have their own lobster law. And they are closely related with Burnt Church, who I know some people who are older will remember what happened after the Marshall decision in 1999, 2000. They're very closely related community member-wise. They're only like an hour and a half away from that community. And what they said, and Chief Darcy Gray, who is actually a member of our National Fisheries Committee, says, is that we don't really care what Canada does with respect to their Fisheries Act. The way that we conduct things, if people want to fish lobster or salmon right off our community, then they have to abide by our laws. And they have a ranger program to actually do the patrols. So the more that communities are able to get together and actually follow their own assertions, the stronger they are. And what we'll find is that there will be harassments by either the provinces or the federal Department of DFO, and they may seize your boat and they may, take you to court and stuff like that. Most of the times they'll actually drop the court case. They'll effectively tie up your boat and your truck and trailer for a couple of years to stop you from fishing, but in the end they know that they can't win in court. So these are the kind of things that the individuals that I would like to keep bringing forward. They're both members of our Fisheries Committee. I want them to sort of share their stories and see if we can apply some of these assertions in other places. Yeah, I guess that's all I had to say.
Thank you. So we'll go to microphone number 19, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tony Roberts Jr., proxy for the Campbell River Band, or Weewacum Band. Just a couple of comments, and then I'll get to the questions. I hear about the whole day when listening, we're talking about jurisdiction, we're talking about our own laws, and we're talking about change. And I'm just wondering how this committee is going to have change when we're in a process right now that doesn't give us a voice. And I'm talking about the fisheries process, the IFMP process, integrated fisheries management plans, where it doesn't matter what we say. We talk about implementing UNDRIP. I've been dealing with fisheries for the last 25 years with the IFMP process, fighting this process, trying to get it safe for our people and management. And when herring was mentioned, that is a fundamental species for all species in the ocean. And I thank Chief Dalton for bringing up aquatic resources, all aquatic resources, because we tend to focus on the Fraser River sockeye and the Fraser River salmon that travel up that river. They are important to our people. I'm going to admit that I'm from Johnson Straits and commercial fishermen, so I rely on that run. But our people also rely on our own fish in the mainland inlets. The Weewacum people are from the mainland inlets. Lochburr Inlet is the inlet where we're from, and we have our own salmon out there. But they're at a point of almost extinction in some of the runs that are out there, and I'm talking about the pink and chum runs. Our sockeye run that we have in Hayden Bay, we're trying to look after in our territory. So I'm just wondering how we plan on instituting UNDRIP when there's a system in place that doesn't give us that say and where we're going. I'm not going to get into farm fish because that's another thing I do look after. In my fisheries, Bob, I think the chief from Numgee's covered it quite well, and there's going to be time probably next week for whoever is here to talk about that. But a question I have is, how do you get invited to next week's meeting? Is that something that goes to the band? Is this invited just to certain people. Because I'd like to sit in and attend and listen and contribute to some of the discussion that's going on, if that's at all possible. In the interest of time, I have some questions for Jordan, so I'm waiting here at bated breath just for the opportunity to ask my friends some questions. So maybe if they can just answer the question for next week, and we can move on after the next speaker's done. Thank you.
So that would be microphone number 1, please.
Thank you, Tony. In terms of the IFMP, it's something that's been discussed during the Indigenous Program Review by the National Indigenous Fisheries Institute. And we asked that very question amongst ourselves: how do we realize government to government within the allocation? And with the way IFMPs are, they invite us to step down into a stakeholder process that's largely ignored anyways. And so some of the discussion that I've been part of is having a G2G engagement, set a table, let the IFMP roll out, and then anything that comes out of there comes back to the G2G for decision making. And that way it allows us to have the proper place to set a table and make decisions. And I'm not invited to the NFC meeting either.
Okay, is that microphone 2? All right.
So the NFC. So I want to remind people that the AFN has no authority over anybody, right? We can't direct any First Nation what to do, any tribal council, any organization. But I do realize that we do have like presence, and we do have a profile. With the way that the NFC is mandated, the 10 regional chiefs that are part of the executive appoint members to the NFC. And the way that it's set up under our terms of reference is that they appoint 1 chief and 1 technician, plus an alternate chief and an alternate technician. So from each region, there's 4 members that are listed. There is room for observers. We do open that up. And in my intention of talking about the agenda for next week is I'm trying to make sure that as I'm starting off with this new sector, that we're going to be sharing as much information as we can, and that we get direction on what we're going to focus our work on. We do, like as National Chief Bellegarde said this morning, we're an advocacy group. We can help facilitate access to federal employees, senior civil servants, stuff like that. Access to ministers that would have to come through either the national chief or the regional chiefs. But this is how we're supposed to be managing the committee.
Thank you. I do have a couple of more people on our speakers list, but I'm also looking at the time and what we need to achieve in that time. So I'm hoping that you're willing to wait to get to the end of the next presentation. In between the end of the next presentation and right now, we do have 2 resolutions that also need to come forward on fisheries. So first, I'd like to thank our panel. Thank you very much to each of you for stepping forward and sharing your wisdom. And then we're going to go to the resolutions and then to Jordan Point on the First Nations Fisheries Council. So.
Oh, thank you.
So we're going to resolution number 13. This is a resolution that has been previously presented to the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit. It is support for intervention in a Housing Nation versus Canada. I am looking for a mover and a seconder on this. We have moved by Chief Greg Louie of Ahousaht First Nation. And I am looking for a seconder. Chief Marilyn Slett. Chief Counselor, pardon me, Marilyn Slett. As this has been presented at the previous meetings at the UBCIC and First Nations Summit, and it's been part of your on-time kit, with your permission, I'm going to go straight into the therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved, the BC Chiefs in Assembly fully support the 5 nations, Ahousaht, I'm going to have to get you to say those names into the, what microphone is that, 15?
Ihadisit, Chinnakin Tat, Heshquiet, Klawoquiet, Muwachit Muchlet.
Thank you for the help in the pronunciation. In their appeal of the justification decision in Houseit versus Canada. 2, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct the BCAFN to seek land use resources in order to apply for intervenor status in the appeal by the 5 First Nations. And 3, the BC Chiefs and Assembly direct the regional chief to coordinate support for any First Nations to collectively join the appeal as intervenors in support of the 5 Nations subject to resources. So turning to our mover, do you have further comment at this time? You're fine. And moving to our seconder, and you're fine as well. Is there need for further discussion on resolution number 13? Seeing none, hearing a very quiet question. Is there any abstentions? Seeing none, is there any opposition? And seeing none, with your permission, I declare it passed by consensus. Going on to resolution number 14, support for the First Nations Leadership Council, or FNLC, Wild Salmon Summit recommendations. I am looking for a mover and a seconder on this at this time. Chief Lee Span. And a seconder is Toby Joseph, proxy for sale. Again, as this has been part of your on-time resolution package, and this was something that was also passed at the UBCIC and the First Nations Summit, I'm going to go directly into therefore be it resolved. Therefore be it resolved that the BC Chiefs and Assembly fully endorse the recommendations arising out of the 2018 Wild Salmon Summit hosted by the First Nations Summit, the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, and the BC Assembly of First Nations, working together as a First Nations Leadership Council, FNLC. Direct the BC Assembly of First Nations to work with the FNLC, the BC First Nations Fisheries Council, and other like-minded organizations to seek adequate resources to support implementation of the recommendations arising from the 2018 Wild Salmon Summit, and direct the BC Assembly of First Nations to work collectively with the FNLC to identify interim political and technical representation to populate a political steering committee on wild salmon. Turning to my mover and my seconder. We're good. You're good. Is there need for further discussion on resolution number 14? Seeing none, a very quiet question being called. Is there any abstentions? Again, seeing none. Is there any opposition? Seeing none, again, with your permission, I declare resolution 14 passed by consensus. Okay, so thank you so much. Oh, we want to have a microphone 15, please, and then microphone 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of Houseit and the 4 other nations, I'd like to thank the BCAFN and the Chiefs in the Assembly here for your support. Thank you very much. Choo, klako, klako.
Microphone number 3, please.
Thank you, Chief Greg. In terms of the intervention, we are still active fundraising. I did put some resources aside, so did the Union, BC Union Chiefs, and the First Nations Fisheries Council, as well as the First Nations Summit. So, we're a little short. So we're actively fundraising. On October 11th, 12th, the intervention was filed. I signed the affidavit, and we certainly fully support this case and support the Hauseit and the Cholneth people in this case. So we're actively still seeking more resources for this court case. So I just wanted to state that, and certainly wish all the best to our Huset brothers and sisters and the Natalnitz people in this court case. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Regional Chief. And thank you so very much to Jordan Point for his patience as we now get to the First Nations Fisheries Council report. And he's going to pick his microphone. Number 2.
Put that one up.
So can we show him, give him just a little bit of love for waiting for us? Thank you so very much.
Thank you, everyone. HULCM, Ait Tanasqualawan, Wananu Ait Tanasqualawan, Equans Quetznala. I don't want to thank Musqueam for being here because this is my community, so I just want to say welcome to our gym and our home. So I'll be quick. I know that it's the end of the day, but how many can just give me 10 minutes to kind of go through this presentation? It's quite clear that we have, at the Fisheries Council, we have the sentiments of the people as part of our work plan, because a lot of the issues that have been talked about are part of the presentation. So this is the Fisheries Council update to the chiefs. And the overview will be kind of brief. We're going to give a background on where we've been in the last little while and some of the arising priority items. And we were asked at the beginning of the political sessions to give an update on the wild salmon policy implementation. You know, after the season, people were concerned about that. So that's the intent of the presentation today. I just wanted to remind people, you know, we have like turnover of elections and people come and go, and just reminding people about the purpose and the intent of the First Nations Fisheries Council is to protect, reconcile, and advance Aboriginal rights and treaty rights as they relate to fisheries and the health and protection of aquatic resources. And it's important to know that the Fisheries Council operates kind of at that intersection between the operational levels, where some of your fisheries staff and your fisheries committees and commissions work, and the political leadership. So we work with the National Fisheries Committee through the regional chief appointment process. We work with the Leadership Council, and then we work with all of the First Nations fisheries organizations in the province. And then we work to convene and to elicit the interests and the priorities of the nations, and then begin to advance them through the bureaucratic process with VFO and Fisheries and Oceans, and even other departments. We've been working for a number of years at the federal scale and building strong capacity and you know, a good brand with the feds. And now we're turning our attention to do that at the provincial scale. And our mandate is to develop effective structures to coordinate, convene, and elicit local priorities and issues, to build collaborative relationships amongst First Nations on matters of broad concern. That means that it's got to be something that affects pretty well everybody. We don't have the time to drill into all of the issues. I was just talking to Chief Chamberlain and showing him that we have about 42 different business lines at the Fisheries Council that we deal with, and trying to make sure that we're trying to work on efficiencies and economies of scale to deal with the bigger issues on behalf of all First Nations in British Columbia. And the intent is to match the All Chiefs Task Force recommendations of 2010, and that's to build a coherent and cohesive voice on behalf of BC First Nations. So some of our strategic priorities we've been talking about just in the panel discussion just previous. These are some of the priorities that were identified in our strategic plan going way back as far as 2012 to 2015. We have 3-year business plans, and sustainable fisheries, protection of rights. So what we've been doing to accomplish that, you know, last year we worked with the a coalition of about 130 nations in the province to provide recommendations on the legislative review, including the Fisheries Act and the Navigable Waters Act. We're also working, we just talked about this recently, we just had the resolution, the House It intervention. and we're working with the leadership on coordinating the input and the dialogue with Mandel Pinder on the application for intervenor status. There's a number of groups that are applying for intervenor status for that appeal. So we're working with the leadership on that. The financial side of things, I'm sure that we can negotiate something with Mandel Pinder and develop sort of like a payment schedule or how we move forward on that. Maybe we'll have to do our own photocopying or something like that. They charge 80 cents a sheet for a copy, so you got to be careful about those things. One of the things that's critical, and I want to make sure that you hear this and understand this, as a result of the Ahousaht decision, the court directed Fisheries and Oceans that you have to go back and review and refresh and update your policies on salmon. So everything from salmon allocation policy to First Nations access to access and adjacency guidelines, all of those policies, the courts have directed DFO, you have to go back and revisit those policies. That's consistent with the UNDRIP and FPIC principles and the principles of Canada to review and revisit all of the legislation, acts, policies, and programs that are existing. And that's what is ongoing. We've recently been approached as recent as August by regional policy managers saying, we know we have to do this work. Our Vice President, Chief Hugh Breaker, or Chief, he's not Chief anymore, Hugh Breaker, indicated to the RDG that we want to be working through the Fisheries Council to help your staff as they begin to review these policies. And so we're starting to work. We've got a mandate from our board to engage with DFO on developing a work plan. So over the next 6 months, between now and the end of the fiscal year, we're going to be developing a work plan with DFO on how we can get out to regional forums, to the communities, to the local areas, about addressing things like the lack of priority of First Nations fisheries. Somebody said, geez, I guess killer whales got a status card because they got more priority than us. So one of the things that we have to do is reset the framework so that policy, government policy, reflects the legitimacy of the right. And currently it doesn't do that. So we have a lot of work to do in the next 6 months to begin to identify a framework. We anticipate that it will probably take 24 to 36 months to go through all of these policies and make the appropriate edits. And that means, so when people come out to negotiate your agreements or your fisheries and they refer to their policy, it's the policy that you yourself have started to inform through some of these regional forums that we're going to be developing. This is kind of like on the backs of like that legislative review that we've done. Another priority that we've been working on in terms of like protection of rights and sustainable fisheries, we know we can't have fisheries if we don't have water. So the Fisheries Council a number of years ago identified the need to develop a water network amongst First Nations. And that's just not just about the network to talk about issues, but also to engage at provincial scales with the new Water Sustainability Act about environmental water flows. So I recognized Chief Span here and want to thank him for his contributions and participation in that process. It's starting to grow more momentum on the process of looking after water. I want to move on quickly to capacity development. We also know that this year, I know I've heard at many of the PTO sessions, the leadership meetings, the concern for the renegotiation of the Pacific Salmon Treaty. And I want to inform you that those of you that are not front and center on some of the fisheries issues, we have 26 First Nation participants that are part of a First Nations caucus that sit at the Pacific Salmon Commission's negotiations table. We have them at the commission level, we have them at the panel level, and we have them at the committee level. So we work at the Fisheries Council to help coordinate the resourcing for those people to participate in Pacific Salmon Treaty discussions, to advance First Nations interests, and to help identify ways to renegotiate those fisheries chapters. And one of the things that we've identified as an upcoming priority is the need for us to build a provincial technical table amongst First Nations to increase First Nations participation in science. And that science is everything from like the data collection out in the field in your local area, right up to the national level, to the CSAS level, where we're dealing with like disease transference, pathogens, and those things. I want to move on. I don't know, Madam Chair, how much time I have. I know you're going to start looking over my shoulder, and that's what I was kind of getting upset about, because I knew this is a lot of important information that many of you folks are looking at in your local area, and I just didn't want to be getting rushed. But I still got like about 12 pages here, and you're probably going to tell me I can't do that. So some of the things that we're doing in terms of the wild salmon policy update is responding back in 2017, last year in December, DFO came out with their wild salmon policy implementation plan. We had some regional forums around the province, and a lot of your organizations came back and said, not good enough. It's not good enough. And they directed the Fisheries Council to respond back to DFO and tell them, DFO, that's not good enough. So we wrote letters in December. DFO looked at it and said, okay, we gotta fix this. So we got a response back in April saying they were going to revisit the plan. We were looking at like, Jesus, this policy has been out since 2004. It's about, 14 years old. Let's do it right if we've been waiting that long. So they've just come out and announced the new updated version of the Wild Salmon Policy Implementation Plan. What we have here is we provided 6 recommendations to DFO about what to incorporate in that new implementation plan. And I want to get to some of the specific things. The difficult thing that we're looking at is there's 463 conservation units. 463, and they're still trying to figure out if they've got all of the conservation units. And conservation units are simply every stream and every creek that fish go back to is a separate conservation unit. Some of them have different genetics. Some of them have like real importance to local First Nation communities. So we want to make sure that DFO doesn't just continue to have aggregate management and wipe out fish in the home territories because they have open fisheries in the marine environment. So one of the things that we want to do is we want to ensure that the new plan has commitments to implement specific rebuilding or recovering plans for those depressed stocks in your home areas. That was one of the critical things that we wanted to make sure. And we also wanted to make sure that there's clear policy direction on how First Nations priority access will be upheld and directly benefit from those rebuilding efforts. We don't want to, we've heard a lot of people say we're rebuilding and we're holding off fishing in our home areas, and then they get caught by the commercial fishery or the recreational fishery. And we want to make sure there's specific wording to change that. Again, I'm just going to try and get through some of the specific things in the interest of time, and I thank you for your patience. So here's some specific recommendations that we provided from First Nations to DFO in the new implementation of the wild salmon policy. Number 1 was to identify habitat or salmon stocks within territories that are significant and important to the community in order to prioritize assessment work or to aid in management decisions on amber or red zone conservation units. Number 2, if DFO wants First Nations to collaborate on implementation of the wild salmon policy, to identify outstanding wild salmon policy related activities and associated ongoing resources and funding required to perform the task. There's no point in having a policy that you don't have the funding to actually resource. That we develop own fishing plans or recovery plans driven by traditional Indigenous laws, And number 4, to define how the Government of Canada should implement UNDRIP as it relates to salmon management and planning. So I'm going to, there may be some questions here, so I'm going to try and wind this up. There are some other slides, but I can't finish. I already talked a little bit about the Pacific Salmon Treaty, the renewal, but I wanted to make sure that you're aware that the annual assembly for the First Nations Fisheries Council is in Kelowna this year. We have a fall assembly, and we try to move it around the province so that we can meet with local First Nations that can't travel everywhere. So this year we're in Kelowna, in O&A territory. We're going to be at the Delta Marriott for November 7th and 8th, which is only 3 weeks away. So feel free to look on our website, and hopefully I wrapped that up quick enough for you. Thanks.
That was absolutely amazing.
You could go till 5, Jordan.
Thank you. And just a happy note to share. In the annual report and the upcoming events, it's actually listed the First Nations Fishery Council and the dates, and in Kelowna, Delta Marriott. So if you didn't quite catch the dates, it's up on the screen. In case you don't have a place to write it down, it's in your back of your annual report for the upcoming events. There was a couple of questions I didn't get to. I'm going to check in. That was, did you still, yep, okay. So, and then there was 21. Yes, okay. So, microphone 13, please.
Hi, Scott. Thank you, Madam Chair. Previous to speaking, I forgot to thank the Musqueam people for allowing us to be on their territory, and this is important work. And I thank the panel. I hear a lot about salmon and how important it is, but in my community where I grew up on the beach harvesting crabs and clams and oysters and mussels. We have no more oysters. We have no more mussels. Quick point about the added shipping through our waters carry a lot of invasive species on their hulls, especially from third world countries who don't clean their hulls properly when they come into our territories. So if there's been any discussion about that, especially one my late father always talked about was the Japanese razor clams. And my main question is about funding. Our community, our beaches are continually shut down. And when I've actually confronted a DFO officer that came into our reserve to put up a sign on the trees by the beach, that our beach closure, I asked if he tested the beaches, the waters, and he hadn't in our territory. They test in the mid-island, I believe it was Ladysmith or Parksville area in the central island, and all the beaches south are closed. And when I've brought this up at Chieftain Council, the bands, all the southern island bands are affected by these beach closures, and we cannot afford the funding for the tests that need to be done. So that's kind of a question there, is the funding that would help our people. Because it brings up important, I remember the family bonding we had. We gathered, harvested as a family, and physical health, diabetes, and as well as mental health and work ethic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Microphone number 2, please.
Thank you for those points. I'm glad that you raised them. There's a couple of things that I could touch on that will provide a response. Number 1, the shipping and even the funding. Because I was rushing through, I didn't get to announce to the room. Many of you have heard about the Prime Minister and all of the ministers talking about the Oceans Protection Plan, the touted $1.5 billion funding envelope to protect and to make way for resource extraction, TMX, and pipelines and all of those things. And they're going to create coastal protection zones through this $1.5 billion program. The problem is nobody knows where any of that money is going. Nobody knows which departments are overseeing which pocket of money and which is overseeing like contaminated beaches and cleanup, coastal protection, all of those things. So we've been lobbying government for about the last 8 months to say, you guys are not doing anything. The Oceans Protection Plan is smoke and mirrors. It's workshops out there. There's an incident command workshop. They blow $200,000 to train people on incident command or something like that, or Coast Guard auxiliary work. But one of the pillars is Indigenous partnerships. So we've been challenging them, well, what does that mean and where does that money go? Now we recognize it's a national program, so we are working with like our national office through Ken Paul and them. However, it's very important for us to identify a made in BC approach. Tomorrow we have a meeting with Transport Canada, and we've managed to get them to say, look, we need to bring all of the departments that are involved in the OPP to one table. Because I was showing Chief Chamberlain, this is a 4-page document, and this is meetings that are going to happen between now and the fiscal year. There's over 60 meetings just on salmon. Not OPP, not on water, not on anything. So what's the problem is our nations are being overly engaged. You can't even have enough people to go to all of the meetings that government wants you to go to. So one of the things we started talking to at the time, it was Major Project Management Office, now it's Transport Canada, and saying, you guys are playing silly bugger with us. Get us all in one room so we can identify which departments are involved, what are their funding envelopes, and how they're going to engage with First Nations. And we want them to sign on to a commitment to action so we can identify what the priorities are. So you work with Eric Angel. Do you work with NTEC? No? Which community are you again? Oh, okay, so, yeah, okay, so are you part of the TTA then, or? Okay, so we're working with like some of the local people on those things about how to inform those processes, and I thought you were more from the channel side. But we did have like a session down Island in Victoria last week, and then in Nanaimo last week also about some of these issues. But again, if you chose to, you could be at 2.5 other meetings when we're having a meeting. That's the problem. So we're trying to get government to organize and say, look, if you got $1.5 billion, let's make good use of that money instead of having like workshops somewhere else that really don't do anything. And it's about really advancing your interests. So the first thing that we do at that operational level is try to get government to organize themselves so that we can engage their processes and advise their processes effectively. So if you want, we can talk sidebar later about that.
Thank you. Microphone number 21. You were down in the previous, and I want to check in if you, yes. So 21, please. And thank you for your patience.
Hello. Wait up, Cookby, Willie Sellers, Tekalsa Kapamulu. How's it going? Newly elected chief from the Williams Lake Indian Band. I guess just a couple things. I had some questions or comments for the previous panel, but maybe you could comment on it as well or provide feedback. Fishing is a big part of the way I spend my summers. It's a big part of the way that I survive during those summer months. Eating sockeye salmon every single week is something I pride myself on, to be able to provide for my family and feed my kids that delicate treat that that I think First Nations people have thrived on since time immemorial. So I think there's a number of variables why the salmon stocks are declining. I mean, a lot of them have been talked about today, pipelines and global warming. Talking about commercial fishing and sport fishing and illegal fishing. We could go on and on and on. One of the big ones in my region, I think, is just the quality of the rivers that are running right through our traditional territories to date and what's getting pumped into those rivers. I know relying on the ministry, relying on the government, relying on proponents in our traditional territories is not something I feel too comfortable with. I come from Williams Lake, where the Mount Poly TSF failure happened, and now there's a discharge getting pumped into Quesnel Lake. There's Gibraltar Mine also discharging into the Fraser River. So we built relationship with those proponents that are working in our territory, and we're trying to audit those that discharge and work with the ministry and work with those mining companies. But, you know, it doesn't give me peace of mind even still. It's not something that I can trust. Salmon stocks declining and seeing that there are returns to date. So I guess what are we doing in that regards? I mean, it's not just mining, it's farming, it's pulp mills, etc. that's getting pumped into the Fraser River, which is my territory, right from the Lower Mainland all the way to the north. So what are we doing to get in front of that and make sure that we're not only auditing those environmental reports or those that process, but how are we going to make sure that it doesn't impact the fish moving forward into the future, so that my kids are able to fish, their kids, etc.
Thank you. So I just want to clarify the question. So the question really is, what are we doing about proactively to address those issues?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a multitude of issues.
Yeah, there's a multitude of issues. The big one the issue that I have is the rivers that run through my traditional territory.
So in the short term, I'll give you an update, and this is probably important to all of you. We have recognized, I mean, when the councils were formed, we had an Energy and Mining Council, we had a Forestry Council, we had a Fisheries Council. We also have the Emergency Services, First Nations Emergency Services Society. A number of years ago, probably 2 years ago, I want to say, we brought to the Leadership Council the notion of, we recognized that we were kind of like almost operating in silos, and there was gaps in between. And so one of the things that we've identified is the collaboration across the councils. So the Energy and Mining Council and Fisheries Council, Forestry Council, whether we're dealing with environmental assessments or everything that happens on the land ends up in the water, right? So we need to make sure that we're collaborating on that. So one of the things that we met as recently as the 11th, October 11th, we met as councils. And we're going to be putting in a proposal to the provincial government for developing a secretariat approach that collaborates some of the information that happens in that space between those councils. And one of the critical things is having our own stewardship units or guardians that operate on the land and that work in the environment and begin to kind of like take ownership of the protection of the resources. Now, that's a complicated thing because I met with the Chilcotin, I want to say in March, April, at that time. And they were talking about, geez, what do we do? Somebody comes into our territory and they may not even be First Nations, and they'll be fishing in closed time or they're poaching or whatever, a closed area. They said, we don't have the authority to do anything, so we have to phone Kamloops and call Barry's auntie to come in, and it takes them 2 hours to drive over here. We need the jurisdiction and authority to do that. So one of the things that we're jointly doing between the councils is going to look at developing a BC pilot, and we've talked to the regional chief about developing a pilot in BC for reestablishing and re-engaging First Nations guardians in British Columbia. At one time, there was over 178 guardians in British Columbia. And now we don't have it because the program has kind of like withered on the vine because of no funding. But we need to, in order for you to know what's going on in your area or who's doing the dumping. So Forestry Council is on board with this. They want to be doing this as far as like forestry practices. Energy and Mining Council wants to do this, part of the land use planning stuff. And Fisheries Council wants to do that also. So we're all on the same page about like, look, this is something that we need to be doing collaboratively. So trying to answer your question, what are we doing proactively about this? We're trying to identify the gaps and how we can work effectively across the different councils to address those gaps. Does that answer some of your question? I know it doesn't solve your problem.
No, I think, well, it's encouraging to hear. I mean, trying is lying. I mean, we would like to see, we'd like to see a lot of lobbying on our behalf. I know a lot of First Nations in across Indian country in general, we're looking at a lack of capacity, a lack of, I guess, that expertise that you need, I think, to sit at those tables and properly answer questions, not only in the community, but also engage with proponents in the traditional territory. I know we do well in our area, but we still could even use more skilled bodies. It's challenging across a region, even trying to find an executive assistant or a special project coordinator or anything, like trying to bring these professionals in to help us on a variety of issues. I mean, fisheries is just one of them, of course, but I think looking, I guess, at the bigger picture, it's encouraging to see that you're knocking down those doors, and we'll continue to provide assistance and lobby for that funding so we can get build that capacity in those First Nation communities, so it's happening right from the Lower Mainland all the way to the north.
So can I respond?
We're going to ask you to invite you to talk together on that alone, because we have one more question and a comment from Regional Chief.
Okay.
And we're actually past our time for closing. So Regional Chief, microphone number 3, please.
Thank you. Just answer to that. I know the Upper Fraser Fisheries Conservation Alliance and many organizations have received funding for habitat restoration, and there's some good work up in the north. And one of the purposes for that Wild Salmon Summit was trying to get all these First Nations organizations to work together and not work in silos. And that was one of the purposes that we're trying to build amongst those organizations. Thank you.
So we did lose our last question, so we'll go back to you for a
I was just going to say, it wasn't my presentation, but Ken Paul was mentioning the National Indigenous Fisheries Institute process. So Chief Chamberlain and I are on that review, and that is specifically to look at the funding envelopes that government has. So there's the PICV program, the ARM program, and the AFS program, and those are funding envelopes. And this is a national initiative, so we're like everywhere from the Atlantic to the Arctic, and we're reviewing those things. Most communities look at DFO, AFS funding as subsidy. It doesn't cover their costs, it doesn't cover their needs, it doesn't cover, like you said, the cost of actually bringing in a true EA or project manager. It's nothing. So those are the specific things that this review is going to be saying to government, so that we can go back to Treasury Board and say, look, there hasn't been an increase in this review. We're still talking about the same things we were talking about in 2003. And you can pay contractors up the yin-yang that work for you, but we don't get the funding over in First Nations country, and this doesn't match with the priority of like the intent of UNDRIP and FPIC and the 10 principles. It doesn't jive. So it's time for them to step up their game. So that's part of that national program review, is looking at those funding envelopes.
So I thought I had my last question go, but I think it may have been passed on to somebody else. So we're going to microphone number 9, please.
Debbie Abbott, proxy for the Oregon Jack Creek Band. Just a piece of information. I don't know if everyone's received this invitation. It's from the Fraser Watershed Restoration Center. And there's going to be a conference at the Thompson River University November 13th and 14th. And they're looking at inviting 50 First Nations from the Fraser River system. They have a number of speakers, and you can review the information on restorationconference2018.com.
So I'll just repeat that. Restoration Conference
2018.com.
Thank you.
And what their intent is to start looking at raising $500 million to fund restoration projects on the Fraser watershed. And so they've put out the invite. They are hoping to find funding to support First Nations to attend. But again, it's someone else's agenda, and I think that it's something that's very important for us, a resource, and to find that they're setting up this conference. And if people are interested, they are charging $450 registration.
Okay, so thank you for that announcement, and thank you so much to Jordan Point. Thank you for being such a gracious host in your own territory, willing to go at the end of the day. We have a token of appreciation for you for your presentation today.
So with that, we are going to adjourn, and we will reconvene tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Breakfast will be served from 8 to 9. Thank you so much for everybody who stayed. Raise my hands to you. Have a good evening.